We look up and see stars, but ancient eyes saw something else. Moving lights, patterns that changed, structures, not constellations, not myths, memory. Long before modern astronomy, civilizations from every continent recorded strange events in the sky: light wheels, flying cities, vanished moons. But these weren't just stories, they were patterns, etched in stone, mapped into temples, and aligned with sacred geometry still visible today. What if the night sky we know now is missing something? What if entire structures once hovered above us? Not spaceships, but stations, rings, lenses, or gateways. The silence of the stars may not be natural. It may be what remains after something massive left. This isn't about aliens. It's about the possibility that Earth was once part of a designed system, and now only the foundation remains. This is a story of echoes, of the absence that still hums above us, of the sky before it emptied, the night sky, a tapestry woven with starlight and cosmic dust, has been a source of wonder and contemplation for humanity since time immemorial. Our modern understanding, built upon centuries of meticulous observation and scientific inquiry, paints a picture of a vast, largely empty universe governed by predictable laws. We gaze upwards and see a celestial sphere that, while awe inspiring in its sheer scale, is perceived through the lens of established astronomical principles. This is the canvas upon which we shall begin our exploration, a foundation of what we believe we know before we dare to question its completeness. The familiar constellations, the patterns of stars that have guided mariners and inspired poets, are the bedrock of our modern celestial map. Orion, the hunter, striding across the winter sky; Ursa Major, the great bear, forever circling the pole; Cassiopeia, the queen on her throne. These are not merely random arrangements of distant suns, but the result of our Earth's perspective, a particular vantage point in the grand cosmic expanse. These patterns, while beautiful and culturally significant, are also understood as a consequence of immense distances and the slow, predictable dance of stellar evolution. We know that the light reaching our eyes has traveled for years, decades, centuries, or even millennia, offering us glimpses into the past of the universe. Then there are the planets, our celestial neighbors: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. These wanderers across the night sky, distinguished from the fixed stars by their apparent movement, have captivated astronomers for millennia. Their orbits, meticulously charted and explained by Kepler's laws and Newton's universal gravitation, are understood as elliptical paths around our sun. We know their relative distances, their compositions, the nature of their atmospheres, and the gravitational forces that bind them to our solar system. We can predict their conjunctions, oppositions, and transits with astonishing accuracy. This ordered, predictable movement, this cosmic clockwork, is a testament to the power of scientific reasoning and observation. Our moon, Earth's sole natural satellite, follows its own predictable cycle of phases and influences the tides of our oceans. Its craters and seas are mapped, its surface explored by robotic emissaries. We understand its formation through the giant impact hypothesis, a cataclysmic event in Earth's early history that shaped both our planet and its faithful companion. The moon's gentle luminescence, a stark contrast to the pinpoint brilliance of distant stars, has been a constant presence in the human narrative, a silent witness to the unfolding of history. The Milky Way, our galactic home, appears as a luminous band stretching across the night sky, a hazy river of light composed of countless stars too distant to be resolved individually with the naked eye. Modern astronomy reveals this to be a vast spiral galaxy containing billions of stars, nebulae, and dark matter, with our Sun occupying a modest position on one of its spiral arms. We understand that our galaxy is just one among billions in the observable universe, a universe that is expanding at an accelerating rate, carrying galaxies further and further apart. The vastness of the space between these celestial bodies is a key feature of our modern understanding. Interstellar space is not a void, but rather a near vacuum populated by tenuous clouds of gas and dust, energetic particles, and electromagnetic radiation. While these components are vital for understanding stellar formation and cosmic evolution, they are perceived as diffuse and subtle, not as solid or structured entities. The distances involved are staggering, almost incomprehensible, emphasizing the isolation of our own solar system within the grand cosmic architecture. This perception of a largely empty, albeit vast and governed by immutable laws, universe is the prevailing scientific consensus. It is a framework that has been rigorously tested and refined, explaining phenomena from the falling of an apple to the orbits of distant galaxies. It is a vision of a cosmos that, while containing immense energies and breathtaking beauty, is fundamentally devoid of the kind of grand, artificial constructions that might have once populated our skies. This ordered, predictable, and in many ways, solitary celestial sphere serves as our starting point. It is the familiar night sky that humanity has contemplated, understood, and charted. It is the baseline against which we will now begin to measure the whispers of a different past, a past where the celestial vault might have held spectacles far more profound and enigmatic than we currently acknowledge. We are accustomed to the night sky as a spectacle of natural phenomena. The predictable waxing and waning of the moon, the predictable paths of planets, the distant, silent twinkle of stars. The universe, as understood by modern science, is a place of immense distances and seemingly empty space between celestial bodies. Stars are born, live, and die in cycles that span eons, and galaxies drift through the cosmos according to the immutable laws of gravity. This is the universe revealed by telescopes and explained by physics, a grand, often awe-inspiring, but fundamentally naturalistic cosmic order. Our modern astronomical understanding has charted the familiar constellations, those patterns of stars that have served as celestial signposts for millennia. Orion the Hunter, Ursa Major the Great Bear, Cassiopeia the Queen. These asterisms are not inherent groupings, but rather perspective-dependent configurations of distant suns, their light having traveled across unimaginable gulfs of space. We understand these patterns as an artifact of our specific position within the Milky Way galaxy, a beautiful but ultimately coincidental arrangement from our terrestrial viewpoint. The predictability of these patterns, their seeming permanence against the backdrop of human history, reinforces our sense of a stable, natural cosmos. The planets, those wanderers that trace their paths across the star fields, are understood as celestial bodies governed by Kepler's laws of planetary motion and Newton's law of universal gravitation. Their orbits, elliptical and predictable, are a testament to the mathematical elegance of our solar system. We can track their movements, predict their conjunctions and oppositions with remarkable accuracy, and have sent robotic emissaries to their surfaces and atmospheres. Venus, shrouded in its dense clouds, Mars, the rusty, enigmatic neighbor, Jupiter, the colossal gas giant with its swirling storms and numerous moons, Saturn, adorned with its majestic rings. Each is a world with its own unique characteristics, all bound in a cosmic dance around our sun. Our own moon, a constant companion, follows its predictable phases and exerts its gravitational influence on our planet's tides. Its surface, scarred by billions of years of impacts, has been mapped and studied, its origin theorized to be the result of a colossal collision in Earth's primordial past. The moon's serene, silvery light has been a beacon in the night sky, a romantic and comforting presence, embodying a natural and understandable celestial order. The Milky Way itself, our galactic home, is revealed as a colossal spiral structure, a swirling disk of billions of stars, nebulae, and dark matter, with our sun occupying a peripheral position. We understand this galaxy as one among countless others, spread across an ever expanding universe. The sheer scale of these distances, the sheer emptiness of the space between stellar systems and between galaxies, is a fundamental aspect of our modern cosmological view. It is a universe of immense void, punctuated by islands of matter, governed by forces that operate over incomprehensible scales of time and space. This perception of a vast, largely empty, and inherently natural cosmos is the prevailing scientific narrative. It is a framework built upon empirical evidence, mathematical models, and rigorous testing. It explains the motion of celestial bodies, the birth and death of stars, and the evolution of galaxies. It is a universe that, while capable of producing breathtaking phenomena like supernovae and nebulae, is understood to operate according to natural laws, devoid of any inherent design or artificial intervention on a cosmic scale. This is the baseline. This is the sky as we have come to know it through the lens of modern astronomy. It is a sky that inspires awe, fuels scientific curiosity, and provides a framework for understanding our place in the universe. It is a canvas of immense scale, seemingly infinite in its emptiness, populated by natural celestial bodies following predictable orbits and undergoing natural processes. It is against this backdrop of established knowledge, this seemingly immutable cosmic order, that we will now begin to introduce the whispers of a different past, a past where the celestial vault might have harbored spectacles and structures that defy our current understanding, a past where the sky might have been far less empty and far more intentionally arranged. Our modern understanding of the celestial sphere, the grand dome of the night sky, is a masterpiece of scientific inquiry, painstakingly assembled over centuries of observation, calculation, and theorization. We perceive a universe of immense scale, governed by precise and predictable laws. This is the baseline, the established order that forms the backdrop against which we will explore the enigmatic echoes of antiquity. The constellations, those familiar patterns of stars that have served as celestial guides and narrative anchors for human civilization, are understood today as perspective dependent arrangements. From our unique vantage point on Earth, distant suns appear to form recognizable shapes: Orion the Hunter, the Great Bear, the Swan. Yet, we know that these stellar groupings are purely a matter of our terrestrial viewpoint. The stars that compose them are often separated by vast interstellar distances, their light having embarked on journeys of years, centuries, or even millennia to reach our eyes. The constellations, therefore, are not physical groupings, but rather illusions born from the immense distances and the specific geometry of our solar system's position within the Milky Way galaxy. This understanding, while demystifying the patterns, highlights the sheer scale of the cosmos and the isolation of our own stellar neighborhood. Our planetary neighbors, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, trace predictable elliptical paths around our Sun. These orbits, described by Kepler's laws and governed by Newton's law of universal gravitation, are a testament to the mathematical order of our solar system. We know their relative distances, their compositions, their atmospheric conditions, and the forces that dictate their celestial dance. The regularity of their movements, their predictable conjunctions and oppositions, provides a sense of cosmic clockwork, a reliable and understandable celestial mechanism. The Moon, Earth's solitary natural satellite, similarly follows a predictable course. Its phases and gravitational influence on our planet's tides, a constant, familiar presence. Its origin, widely believed to be the result of a cataclysmic collision in Earth's early history, further solidifies its status as a natural celestial body. Beyond our solar system, the Milky Way galaxy unfurls as a vast, spiral structure, a cosmic island containing billions of stars, nebulae, and dark matter. Our Sun is but one of these countless stars, located on one of the galaxy's spiral arms at a considerable distance from its center. This understanding positions our solar system not as the center of creation, but as a small component within a much larger dynamic structure. The Milky Way itself is one among billions of galaxies scattered across the observable universe, an expanding expanse where these galactic islands drift further and further apart. The intervening space between these celestial bodies is not an absolute void, but a near vacuum permeated by tenuous clouds of gas and dust, energetic particles, and electromagnetic radiation. These interstellar and intergalactic mediums, while crucial for understanding cosmic phenomena like star formation and galactic evolution, are perceived as diffuse and subtle. The distances involved are staggering, almost incomprehensible, reinforcing the notion of a universe characterized by vast expanses of emptiness, punctuated by concentrations of matter. This prevailing scientific view presents a universe that is both magnificent and, in a sense, empty of any intentional, large-scale structures beyond the natural formation and interaction of celestial bodies. It is a framework built on empirical evidence, mathematical rigor, and the relentless pursuit of natural explanations for observed phenomena. It is a universe that, while awe inspiring in its scale and complexity, is fundamentally understood as the product of natural processes, devoid of any overt, artificial constructs that might have once existed within our sky. This established order, this familiar celestial vault, serves as our starting point, the known universe against which we will now measure the forgotten observations of our ancestors, seeking to understand what they might have seen in a sky that may have been very different from our own. The modern understanding of Earth's celestial sphere is a carefully constructed edifice of knowledge, built upon millennia of human observation and refined by the powerful tools of scientific inquiry. When we look up at the night sky today, we see a universe of immense, almost unfathomable scale, governed by predictable laws that have been meticulously charted and understood. This is the baseline, the canvas of what we consider known, a canvas upon which we will later overlay the extraordinary accounts of our ancient predecessors, the constellations, the familiar patterns of stars that have served as celestial signposts and narrative anchors for human civilization are today understood as perspective dependent arrangements. From our unique vantage point on Earth, distant suns appear to form recognizable shapes: Orion the Hunter, the Great Bear, the Swan. Yet, we know that these stellar groupings are purely a matter of our terrestrial viewpoint. The stars that compose them are often separated by vast interstellar distances, their light having embarked on journeys of years, centuries, or even millennia to reach our eyes. The constellations, therefore, are not physical groupings, but rather illusions born from the immense distances and the specific geometry of our solar system's position within the Milky Way galaxy. This understanding, while demystifying the patterns, highlights the sheer scale of the cosmos and the isolation of our own stellar neighborhood. Our planetary neighbors, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, trace predictable elliptical paths around our Sun. These orbits, described by Kepler's laws of planetary motion and governed by Newton's law of universal gravitation, are a testament to the mathematical order of our solar system. We know their relative distances, their compositions, their atmospheric conditions, and the forces that dictate their celestial dance. The regularity of their movements, their predictable conjunctions and oppositions, provides a sense of cosmic clockwork, a reliable and understandable celestial mechanism. The Moon, Earth's solitary natural satellite, similarly follows a predictable course. Its phases and gravitational influence on our planet's tides, a constant, familiar presence. Its origin, widely believed to be the result of a cataclysmic collision in Earth's early history, further solidifies its status as a natural celestial body. Beyond our solar system, the Milky Way galaxy unfurls as a vast spiral structure, a cosmic island containing billions of stars, nebulae, and dark matter. Our Sun is but one of these countless stars, located on one of the galaxy's spiral arms, at a considerable distance from its center. This understanding positions our solar system not as the center of creation, but as a small component within a much larger dynamic structure. The Milky Way itself is one among billions of galaxies scattered across the observable universe, an expanding expanse where these galactic islands drift further and further apart. The intervening space between these celestial bodies is not an absolute void, but a near vacuum permeated by tenuous clouds of gas and dust, energetic particles, and electromagnetic radiation. These interstellar and intergalactic mediums, while crucial for understanding cosmic phenomena like star formation and galactic evolution, are perceived as diffuse and subtle. The distances involved are staggering, almost incomprehensible, reinforcing the notion of a universe characterized by vast expanses of emptiness, punctuated by concentrations of matter. This prevailing scientific view presents a universe that is both magnificent and, in a sense, empty of any intentional, large scale structures beyond the natural formation and interaction of celestial bodies. It is a framework built on empirical evidence, mathematical rigor, and the relentless pursuit of natural explanations for observed phenomena. It is a universe that, while awe inspiring in its scale and complexity, is fundamentally understood as the product of natural processes, devoid of any overt, artificial constructs that might have once existed within our sky. This established order, this familiar celestial vault, serves as our starting point, the known universe against which we will now measure the forgotten observations of our ancestors, seeking to understand what they might have seen in a sky that may have been very different from our own. The modern astronomical understanding of Earth's celestial sphere paints a picture of a vast, ordered, and largely empty cosmos. This is the foundation upon which we build our understanding of the universe, a framework of predictable movements and immense but natural phenomena. When we gaze upward, we see a sky populated by stars that are distant suns, planets tracing well defined orbits, and a moon that faithfully accompanies our Earth. The constellations, those patterns of stars that have guided humanity for millennia, are understood as accidental alignments from our specific terrestrial viewpoint. Their apparent permanence is a testament to the vast distances and the slow, predictable evolution of stars. Our solar system, with its 8 planets, their moons, asteroids, and comets, operates with a clockwork precision that has been deciphered through centuries of meticulous observation and the application of fundamental physical laws. Kepler's laws of planetary motion and Newton's law of universal gravitation provide a comprehensive model for understanding the elliptical orbits of these celestial bodies around our Sun. We can predict their positions with remarkable accuracy, their phases, their transits, and their conjunctions. The Moon, our closest celestial neighbor, follows its own predictable cycle, its gravitational pull orchestrating the tides of our oceans. Its formation, theorized to have resulted from a colossal impact early in Earth's history, further solidifies its natural origins within our planetary system. Beyond the confines of our solar system lies the Milky Way, our home galaxy, a colossal spiral structure composed of billions of stars, nebulae, and dark matter. Our Sun occupies a humble position on one of its spiral arms, a speck of light amidst an unimaginable expanse. This realization of our galactic home's scale and our solar system's peripheral location is a cornerstone of modern cosmology. The Milky Way, in turn, is just one of billions of galaxies scattered across an ever expanding universe, an ever increasing distance separating these cosmic islands. The space between these celestial bodies, while not an absolute void, is a near vacuum. It is populated by diffuse clouds of gas and dust, energetic particles, and radiation. These interstellar and intergalactic mediums, crucial for understanding the processes of star formation and galactic evolution, are perceived as subtle and dispersed, not as structured or substantial entities. The sheer scale of these distances, the vast gulfs of emptiness that separate celestial objects, is a defining characteristic of our modern cosmic perspective. It emphasizes the isolation of our planet and our solar system within the grand, largely empty architecture of the universe. This prevailing scientific view presents a cosmos that, while awe inspiring in its scale and complexity, is fundamentally understood as the product of natural processes. It is a universe governed by immutable laws, devoid of any apparent intentional design or artificial constructs on a cosmic scale. This established order, this familiar celestial vault, serves as our starting point. It is the known universe, the accepted reality that we will now contrast with the forgotten whispers from antiquity, seeking to understand what ancient eyes might have perceived in a sky that may have been vastly different from the one we observe today. The emptiness we perceive today is, in many ways, the most striking feature of our current astronomical understanding, a profound contrast to the potential richness that ancient observations might suggest. The modern astronomical understanding of Earth's celestial sphere paints a picture of a vast, ordered, and largely empty cosmos. This is the foundation upon which we build our understanding of the universe, a framework of predictable movements and immense, but natural, phenomena. When we gaze upward, we see a sky populated by stars that are distant suns, planets tracing well defined orbits, and a moon that faithfully accompanies our Earth. The constellations, those patterns of stars that have guided humanity for millennia, are understood as accidental alignments from our specific terrestrial viewpoint. Their apparent permanence is a testament to the vast distances and the slow, predictable evolution of stars. Our solar system, with its 8 planets, their moons, asteroids, and comets, operates with a clockwork precision that has been deciphered through centuries of meticulous observation and the application of fundamental physical laws. Kepler's laws of planetary motion and Newton's law of universal gravitation provide a comprehensive model for understanding the elliptical orbits of these celestial bodies around our Sun. We can predict their positions with remarkable accuracy, their phases, their transits, and their conjunctions. The Moon, our closest celestial neighbor, follows its own predictable cycle, its gravitational pull orchestrating the tides of our oceans. Its formation, theorized to have resulted from a colossal impact early in Earth's history, further solidifies its natural origins within our planetary system. Beyond the confines of our solar system lies the Milky Way, our home galaxy, a colossal spiral structure composed of billions of stars, nebulae, and dark matter. Our Sun occupies a humble position on one of its spiral arms, a speck of light amidst an unimaginable expanse. This realization of our galactic home's scale and our solar system's peripheral location is a cornerstone of modern cosmology. The Milky Way, in turn, is just one of billions of galaxies scattered across an ever expanding universe, an ever increasing distance separating these cosmic islands. The intervening space between these celestial bodies, while not an absolute void, is a near vacuum. It is populated by diffuse clouds of gas and dust, energetic particles, and radiation. These interstellar and intergalactic mediums, crucial for understanding the processes of star formation and galactic evolution, are perceived as subtle and dispersed, not as structured or substantial entities. The sheer scale of these distances, the vast gulfs of emptiness that separate celestial objects, is a defining characteristic of our modern cosmic perspective. It emphasizes the isolation of our planet and our solar system within the grand, largely empty architecture of the universe. This prevailing scientific view presents a cosmos that, while awe inspiring in its scale and complexity, is fundamentally understood as the product of natural processes. It is a universe governed by immutable laws, devoid of any apparent intentional design or artificial constructs on a cosmic scale. This established order, this familiar celestial vault, serves as our starting point. It is the known universe, the accepted reality that we will now contrast with the forgotten whispers from antiquity, seeking to understand what ancient eyes might have perceived in a sky that may have been vastly different from the one we observe today. The emptiness we perceive today is, in many ways, the most striking feature of our current astronomical understanding, a profound contrast to the potential richness that ancient observations might suggest. Our current understanding of the celestial sphere is a testament to human curiosity and the power of scientific endeavor. We see a universe of immense scale, characterized by the predictable movements of celestial bodies and the vast, seemingly empty spaces between them. The constellations, those patterns of stars that have been charted and named by civilizations across millennia, are understood today as fortuitous alignments from our specific vantage point on Earth. The stars that form Orion or the Big Dipper are often separated by light years, their apparent proximity a consequence of our terrestrial perspective rather than any physical proximity. This understanding, while illuminating the true scale of the cosmos, also highlights the isolation of our solar system. The planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, are known to follow precise elliptical orbits around our Sun, governed by the immutable laws of gravity and motion. Kepler's laws and Newton's theories have allowed us to predict their movements with astonishing accuracy, understanding their phases, their positions, and their interactions. Our moon, a constant companion, also adheres to these predictable cycles, its gravitational influence shaping Earth's tides. Its origin, widely accepted to be the result of a massive impact early in our planet's history, further grounds it within the realm of natural celestial phenomena. The Milky Way, our galactic home, is a vast spiral structure containing billions of stars, nebulae, and dark matter. Our Sun resides on one of its spiral arms, a relatively insignificant point of light within this immense cosmic island. This realization of our galaxy's scale and our solar system's peripheral location is a fundamental aspect of modern cosmology. The Milky Way itself is but one among countless galaxies distributed throughout the observable universe, an ever-expanding expanse where these galactic islands drift further and further apart. The vast distances between these celestial bodies mean that the space between them is, for the most part, a near vacuum. This space is permeated by diffuse clouds of gas and dust, energetic particles, and various forms of radiation. While these components are crucial for understanding the processes of stellar formation and galactic evolution, they are perceived as subtle and dispersed, not as tangible or structured entities. The sheer scale of these cosmic distances, the profound emptiness that characterizes the intergalactic and interstellar realms, is a defining feature of our modern astronomical perspective. It underscores the isolation of our planet and our solar system within the grand, largely vacant architecture of the universe. This prevailing scientific view paints a cosmos that, while breathtaking in its grandeur, is fundamentally understood as the product of natural processes. It is a universe governed by impersonal laws, devoid of any apparent intentional design or large scale artificial constructs that might have once occupied our skies. This established order, this familiar celestial vault, serves as our foundational understanding. It is the known universe, the accepted reality against which we will now juxtapose the enigmatic observations and traditions of ancient civilizations, seeking to discern what they might have witnessed in a sky that could have been far more populated and perhaps far more deliberately arranged than our current perspective allows. The perceived emptiness of our modern sky is, in this context, a crucial point of departure, a stark contrast to the potential richness and mystery that ancient accounts may reveal. The current scientific understanding of Earth's celestial sphere presents a universe of immense scale, governed by predictable physical laws. When we look up at the night sky, we see stars as distant suns, planets moving in well defined orbits, and a moon that follows a familiar cycle. The constellations, the patterns we've traced in the stars for millennia, are recognized as perspective dependent arrangements formed by stars that are often light years apart, their apparent proximity a quirk of our earthly viewpoint. This understanding emphasizes the vast distances and the apparent emptiness between celestial bodies, positioning our solar system as a solitary entity within the grand cosmic framework. Our solar system's celestial mechanics are meticulously understood. The 8 planets, their moons, asteroids, and comets all adhere to the laws of gravity and motion, their orbits charted with remarkable precision. Kepler's laws and Newton's universal gravitation provide the mathematical framework for understanding their predictable paths around the sun. We can forecast eclipses, planetary alignments, and cometary appearances with a high degree of accuracy. The moon, our constant companion, participates in this cosmic dance, its phases and its gravitational influence on our planet's tides being integral parts of this understood system. Its origin, theorized to be the result of a cataclysmic impact early in Earth's history, further solidifies its natural place within our planetary neighborhood. Beyond our immediate cosmic vicinity lies the Milky Way, our home galaxy, a colossal spiral structure of billions of stars, nebulae, and dark matter. Our sun is but one star among countless others, situated on one of its spiral arms, a modest speck of light in an unfathomable expanse. This realization of our galactic scale and our solar system's peripheral location is a fundamental aspect of modern cosmology. The Milky Way itself is merely one galaxy among billions scattered across an ever expanding universe, with the distances between these galactic islands continuously increasing. The spaces between these celestial bodies are, for the most part, near vacuums. These regions are permeated by diffuse clouds of gas and dust, energetic particles, and various forms of electromagnetic radiation. While these components are vital for understanding the processes of stellar formation and galactic evolution, they are perceived as subtle and dispersed, not as tangible or structured entities. The sheer scale of these cosmic distances, the profound emptiness that characterizes the intergalactic and interstellar realms, is a defining feature of our modern astronomical perspective. It underscores the isolation of our planet and our solar system within the grand, largely vacant architecture of the universe. This prevailing scientific view presents a cosmos that, while awe inspiring in its grandeur, is fundamentally understood as the product of natural processes. It is a universe governed by impersonal laws, devoid of any apparent intentional design or large scale artificial constructs that might have once occupied our skies. This established order, this familiar celestial vault, serves as our foundational understanding. It is the known universe, the accepted reality against which we will now juxtapose the enigmatic observations and traditions of ancient civilizations, seeking to discern what they might have witnessed in a sky that could have been far more populated and perhaps far more deliberately arranged than our current perspective allows. The perceived emptiness of our modern sky is, in this context, a crucial point of departure, a stark contrast to the potential richness and mystery that ancient accounts may reveal. The current scientific understanding of Earth's celestial sphere presents a universe of immense scale, governed by predictable physical laws. When we look up at the night sky, we see stars as distant suns, planets moving in well defined orbits, and a moon that follows a familiar cycle. The constellations, the patterns we've traced in the stars for millennia, are recognized as perspective dependent arrangements formed by stars that are often light years apart, their apparent proximity a quirk of our earthly viewpoint. This understanding emphasizes the vast distances and the apparent emptiness between celestial bodies, positioning our solar system as a solitary entity within the grand cosmic framework. Our solar system's celestial mechanics are meticulously understood. The 8 planets, their moons, asteroids, and comets all adhere to the laws of gravity and motion, their orbits charted with remarkable precision. Kepler's laws and Newton's universal gravitation provide the mathematical framework for understanding their predictable paths around the sun. We can forecast eclipses, planetary alignments, and cometary appearances with a high degree of accuracy. The moon, our constant companion, participates in this cosmic dance, its phases and its gravitational influence on our planet's tides being integral parts of this understood system. Its origin, theorized to be the result of a cataclysmic impact early in Earth's history, further solidifies its natural place within our planetary neighborhood. Beyond our immediate cosmic vicinity lies the Milky Way, our home galaxy, a colossal spiral structure of billions of stars, nebulas, and dark matter. Our sun is but one star among countless others, situated on one of its spiral arms, a modest speck of light in an unfathomable expanse. This realization of our galactic scale and our solar system's peripheral location is a fundamental aspect of modern cosmology. The Milky Way itself is merely one galaxy among billions scattered across an ever expanding universe, with the distances between these galactic islands continuously increasing. The spaces between these celestial bodies are, for the most part, near vacuums. These regions are permeated by diffuse clouds of gas and dust, energetic particles, and various forms of electromagnetic radiation. While these components are vital for understanding the processes of stellar formation and galactic evolution, they are perceived as subtle and dispersed, not as tangible or structured entities. The sheer scale of these cosmic distances, the profound emptiness that characterizes the intergalactic and interstellar realms, is a defining feature of our modern astronomical perspective. It underscores the isolation of our planet and our solar system within the grand, largely vacant architecture of the universe. This prevailing scientific view presents a cosmos that, while awe inspiring in its grandeur, is fundamentally understood as the product of natural processes. It is a universe governed by impersonal laws, devoid of any apparent intentional design or large scale artificial constructs that might have once occupied our skies. This established order, this familiar celestial vault, serves as our foundational understanding. It is the known universe, the accepted reality against which we will now juxtapose the enigmatic observations and traditions of ancient civilizations, seeking to discern what they might have witnessed in a sky that could have been far more populated and perhaps far more deliberately arranged than our current perspective allows. The perceived emptiness of our modern sky is, in this context, a crucial point of departure, a stark contrast to the potential richness and mystery that ancient accounts may reveal. The immensity and seeming emptiness of the cosmos, as understood by modern science, form our current baseline for celestial perception. Yet, the historical record suggests that humanity's experience of the night skies might have been profoundly different, a notion whispered through the myths, legends, and surviving texts of ancient civilizations across the globe. These ancestral voices, often speaking in symbolic language, hint at celestial phenomena that defy easy explanation within our current cosmological framework. They speak of a sky that was perhaps more dynamic, more populated, and more actively involved in the human narrative than the predictable clockwork we perceive today. In the cradle of civilization, Mesopotamia, the celestial vault was a subject of intense scrutiny and deep reverence. The Babylonians, with their sophisticated astronomical observations, meticulously charted the movements of the stars and planets. Their cuneiform tablets, unearthed from the sands of time, reveal not only their understanding of celestial cycles, but also accounts of events that deviate from the norm. They recorded portents and omens in the sky, often linked to specific celestial configurations, but their detailed observations also speak of unusual occurrences, sudden flares of light, unusually bright planetary displays, and what they described as stars that moved contrary to their usual course. These weren't just interpretations of known celestial bodies, they were descriptions of events that seemed to interrupt the established order. The meticulous nature of their records suggests that these were not mere flights of fancy, but observations of phenomena that genuinely puzzled and concerned them. Imagine, if you will, the astonishment of an ancient observer, accustomed to the steady twinkle of stars, witnessing a celestial body suddenly erupt in brilliance, or a planet appearing to reverse its stately march across the heavens. These records, buried in the archives of time, suggest that the celestial sphere was not always the serene, predictable expanse we experience. The ancient Egyptians, with their profound connection to the celestial cycles and their elaborate mythology, also left behind a rich tapestry of sky lore. Their hieroglyphs and tomb paintings depict celestial deities and cosmic events, often interwoven with the cycles of the Nile and the life of their civilization. While their primary focus was on the heliacal rising of Sirius and its correlation with the annual inundation of the Nile, their texts also allude to unusual celestial displays. They speak of periods of great confusion in the sky, of celestial bodies appearing or disappearing without explanation, and of lights that moved with an unnatural swiftness and purpose. The pyramid texts and the coffin texts, for instance, contain passages that describe the pharaoh ascending to the stars, but not merely as a disembodied spirit. They speak of traversing celestial paths, of interacting with luminous entities, and of witnessing phenomena that transcended the ordinary. Consider the descriptions of the imperishable stars and their celestial journeys, often depicted as a form of divine movement across the heavens, a concept that perhaps held a different meaning for them than our understanding of stellar evolution. These ancient narratives suggest that the Egyptians perceived a sky that was not only a divine realm, but also a stage for events that could be both awe inspiring and unsettling, hinting at a level of celestial dynamism that is absent from our modern view. Venturing across the Atlantic, the civilizations of the Americas reveal an equally compelling, albeit distinct, relationship with the night sky. The Maya, renowned for their sophisticated calendar systems and astronomical precision, meticulously recorded celestial events. Their codices, though tragically few have survived, contain detailed observations of planetary movements, eclipses, and the cycles of Venus. However, alongside these known phenomena, they also documented anomalies. Accounts exist of fire from heaven that did not conform to the predictable path of a meteor, and of celestial objects that appeared to hover or move in intricate patterns. The Dresden Codex, for example, includes illustrations of celestial phenomena that are open to interpretation, with some scholars suggesting they depict events beyond mere planetary conjunctions or eclipses. The Mesoamerican worldview was deeply intertwined with the cosmos, and deviations from the celestial norm were often imbued with profound religious and political significance, suggesting that they were observing events that were genuinely out of the ordinary. The Aztec, too, in their rich mythology and cosmological understanding, referenced celestial events that signaled times of great change or divine intervention, often depicted as portents in the sky. In Asia, the astronomical traditions of India and China also offer glimpses into an ancient perception of the heavens that may have been quite different from our own. Indian Vedic texts, such as the Rig Veda, speak of celestial lights and movements that are not easily reconciled with modern astronomical understanding. There are references to moving lights and celestial chariots that traverse the sky, accompanied by descriptions of dazzling displays and unusual atmospheric phenomena. These accounts, often couched in metaphorical language, suggest a sky that was perceived as active and alive, a realm of divine manifestation and cosmic drama. The Chinese, with their long and unbroken tradition of astronomical observation dating back over 3 millennia, also documented a myriad of celestial events. Their historical records, meticulously kept by imperial astronomers, detail supernovae, comets, meteors, and planetary anomalies. While many of these events are consistent with known celestial phenomena, there are also descriptions that are harder to classify. For instance, there are references to guest stars that appeared suddenly and disappeared without a trace, and to unusual patterns of light that defied categorization. The concept of guiding lights, or celestial markers that helped navigate not only the physical world, but also the spiritual and cosmic planes, is also prevalent, suggesting a more interactive relationship with the sky. Across these disparate cultures, a recurring motif emerges: the presence of anomalous celestial phenomena that appear to have been widely observed. These are not merely mythological interpretations of natural events, but descriptions that seem to point to actual occurrences. The concept of light wheels, for instance, appears in various traditions, often described as disks or spheres of light that moved across the sky, sometimes with great speed, other times hovering motionlessly. These descriptions, found in texts from different continents and epochs, suggest a shared human experience of witnessing something extraordinary in the heavens, something that transcended the ordinary movements of stars and planets. These ancient records, when viewed collectively, begin to paint a picture of a celestial vault that was far from the static, largely empty expanse that modern astronomy often portrays. They suggest that our ancestors may have witnessed events that were, in their own terms, profoundly impactful and deeply mysterious. The recurring nature of these descriptions across diverse cultures and time periods compels us to consider the possibility that the night sky of antiquity was not merely a backdrop for human activity, but an active participant, a canvas upon which events of immense significance and perhaps of a non natural origin were played out. This shared, yet enigmatic, celestial heritage invites us to question our own perceptions and to open our minds to the possibility that the whispers from the celestial vault are not just metaphors, but echoes of a sky that was profoundly different from the one we see today. The Mesopotamian scribes, with their meticulous record keeping, were not merely astronomers, they were also diviners, seeking meaning in the celestial movements. Their astronomical diaries, painstakingly etched onto clay tablets, often served as precursors to astrological interpretations, where every deviation from the norm was seen as a potential omen. Beyond the predictable cycles of the moon and the wanderings of the visible planets, these records sometimes mention events that are difficult to categorize. There are descriptions of sudden, intense bursts of light in the night sky, far brighter than any star or planet, that would appear and disappear within hours or days. Some texts speak of stars that shed tears of fire, a phrase that, while poetic, suggests a phenomenon that was both brilliant and perhaps even unsettling. The Babylonian worldview was deeply animistic, and the heavens were teeming with divine forces and celestial beings. So when something truly unusual occurred, it was not simply a scientific anomaly, but a direct communication from the gods, a potent message that demanded careful interpretation. Imagine a Babylonian priest gazing up at the familiar constellations, suddenly witnessing a segment of the sky erupt in a dazzling display, a celestial event that had no precedent in their meticulously kept records, a phenomenon that could easily alter the course of a city or an empire based on its perceived divine meaning. This interplay between rigorous observation and the interpretation of the extraordinary is a hallmark of their ancient astronomical endeavors, hinting at a sky that was alive with more than just starlight. The Egyptians, too, viewed the heavens as a realm of the divine, and the movements of celestial bodies were intimately linked to the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. Their cosmology, intricately detailed in texts like the Book of the Dead, speaks of the journey of the soul through the celestial realms, often accompanied by divine beings and encountering cosmic phenomena. While the Egyptians were adept at tracking the predictable movements of stars and planets, their mythology also contains references to celestial events that seem to lie outside the realm of conventional astronomical occurrences. There are mentions of wandering stars that did not follow the usual paths, and of lights in the sky that appeared in organized formations or exhibited behaviors that were suggestive of deliberate movement. The concept of the sky goddess Nut, arching over the earth with her body studded with stars, suggests a more tangible and perhaps even interactive celestial sphere. Some interpretations of Egyptian astronomical depictions, such as those found in some tombs, suggest the possibility of representations of phenomena like auroras, or even what might be interpreted as early observations of meteoric events that were so spectacular they were incorporated into their religious narratives. The sheer effort involved in charting the heavens, as evidenced by their sophisticated knowledge of astronomical cycles, lends weight to the idea that any recorded anomalies were genuinely noteworthy occurrences, events that disrupted the established cosmic order and demanded explanation within their complex religious framework. In the Americas, the astronomical observations of the Maya were deeply integrated into their complex calendrical systems and their understanding of time and destiny. Their reverence for celestial bodies, particularly Venus, was profound, and their codices provide detailed accounts of its cycles. However, there are also passages and depictions that suggest an awareness of phenomena beyond the predictable movements of planets and stars. The Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Quiche Maya, contains creation myths that involve celestial events, and some interpretations of Mayan glyphs and astronomical tables hint at observations of unusual sky phenomena. For instance, some scholars have suggested that certain recurring depictions might represent earlier, more dramatic manifestations of what we now understand as meteor showers, or even the passage of comets, events that were imbued with immense spiritual significance. The concept of sky bearers, or celestial entities that held up the heavens, also suggests a more dynamic and perhaps even structured cosmos than our current understanding allows. The Mayas' sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics, coupled with their propensity for recording exceptional events, suggests that when they documented anomalies, they were observing something genuinely out of the ordinary, something that perhaps signaled a shift in the cosmic balance or a divine message. The astronomical traditions of China, with their unbroken lineage of systematic observation, offer a wealth of data on celestial events. The imperial astronomers were tasked with maintaining accurate records of the heavens, not only for calendrical purposes, but also as a means of understanding the mandate of heaven and predicting the fortunes of the empire. Their annals meticulously document supernovae, comets, meteors, and planetary conjunctions. However, amidst these familiar phenomena, there are also descriptions of events that are more difficult to reconcile with our current understanding. For example, there are accounts of guest stars that appeared with extraordinary brilliance, lingered for months, and then vanished, events that were often interpreted as significant omens. More intriguing are the descriptions of what appear to be large, luminous objects moving across the sky in ways that do not correspond to the known paths of celestial bodies. These descriptions sometimes speak of light wheels or celestial chariots that moved with deliberate, controlled motion, suggesting an awareness of phenomena that transcended the natural order of the cosmos as we understand it. The meticulousness of their record keeping, spanning thousands of years, provides a robust data set that allows us to identify patterns and anomalies, and these anomalies, when viewed collectively, hint at a sky that was experienced by our ancestors in ways that are both familiar and profoundly alien. The notion of light wheels, or disks of light, as mentioned in various ancient traditions, is particularly compelling. These are not simply fleeting meteors or static stars. They are described as entities with a discernible form and a capacity for movement that suggests agency. In some Mesopotamian texts, there are allusions to luminous orbs that would appear in the sky, sometimes singly, sometimes in formation, moving in patterns that were clearly not those of planets or constellations. These accounts often accompany descriptions of unusual atmospheric conditions or shifts in the celestial luminescence. The ancient Egyptians, in their representations of the afterlife and the celestial journey, sometimes depicted luminous disks traversing the sky, often associated with deities or powerful celestial energies. While these might be interpreted as symbolic representations of the sun or moon, some of these depictions exhibit characteristics that suggest something more unusual, perhaps a controlled, focused beam of light, or a cohesive, luminous body that moved independently. Crossing the Pacific, indigenous traditions of the Americas also contain echoes of such phenomena. Certain creation myths and historical accounts speak of flying shields or sun disks that appeared in the sky, sometimes as harbingers of great events or as vehicles for celestial beings. The Maya, as mentioned, had their codices with depictions of what could be interpreted as luminous objects in the sky, and some Mesoamerican calendars track periods of unusual celestial activity. Similarly, some North American indigenous traditions speak of skylights that moved in organized patterns, or of luminous spheres that would appear and disappear without apparent cause. These descriptions, often passed down through oral traditions, hint at a shared ancestral memory of witnessing phenomena that were truly remarkable. The Chinese historical records also speak of phenomena that could be interpreted as light wheels. While their primary focus was on cataloging predictable celestial events, they also noted more unusual occurrences, such as the appearance of luminous objects that did not conform to the expected behavior of comets or meteors. These accounts sometimes describe lights that would hover, change direction rapidly, or appear in organized formations, characteristics that are highly suggestive of controlled movement. The sheer volume and detail of Chinese astronomical records provide a valuable counterpoint to the more fragmented accounts from other civilizations, allowing for a more comprehensive analysis of these anomalous phenomena. When we consider these disparate accounts together, the Mesopotamian orbs, the Egyptian luminous disks, the Mesoamerican flying shields, the indigenous American skylights, and the Chinese celestial anomalies, a compelling pattern begins to emerge. It suggests that across different cultures and across vast spans of time, humanity witnessed similar, albeit often ineffable, phenomena in the night sky. These recurring descriptions of light wheels and other anomalous celestial events, often imbued with deep cultural and religious significance, challenge our modern understanding of a serene and predictable cosmos. They hint at a past where the celestial vault might have been a stage for events that were far more dynamic and perhaps far more deliberately orchestrated than our current scientific paradigm fully accounts for. These are not merely fanciful interpretations of natural events. They are the accumulated observations of ancient peoples who, with their own unique frameworks of understanding, nevertheless documented occurrences that seem to transcend the ordinary workings of the universe. The sheer consistency of these echoes across diverse cultures, separated by vast geographical distances and centuries of development, demands serious consideration. It raises the question: what were these ancient eyes truly witnessing in the celestial vault? And what might these ancient observations tell us about a reality that our modern skies no longer seem to reflect? The sheer scale of these documented anomalies, spanning continents and millennia, suggests that these were not isolated incidents, but rather recurring or at least significant events that left an indelible mark on the collective consciousness of early human societies. The intensity and unusual nature of these phenomena, as described in the surviving texts and traditions, indicate that they were perceived as something far beyond the usual celestial occurrences. The Mesopotamians, for instance, relied heavily on celestial observations for divination and understanding the will of the gods. An unusual celestial event was not merely a curiosity, it was a direct message, a powerful omen that could shape political decisions, agricultural practices, and religious rituals. Their detailed records, therefore, are less likely to be the product of misinterpretation and more likely to be a genuine attempt to capture and contextualize events that genuinely deviated from the norm. Similarly, the Egyptians, with their complex astrological and astronomical systems, meticulously tracked the movements of celestial bodies to align with their religious and agricultural calendars. The heliacal rising of Sirius, for example, was a crucial event that signaled the coming inundation of the Nile. Any deviation from the predictable patterns of the stars or planets would have been noticed and recorded, not just for its astronomical significance, but for its potential religious or prophetic implications. The descriptions of celestial confusion or wandering stars in their texts, therefore point towards a perception of the sky that was not always static and predictable. The sophisticated astronomical knowledge of the Maya, evident in their intricate calendars and their precise tracking of planetary movements, further strengthens the argument that their records of anomalies were based on genuine observations. When the Maya documented phenomena that deviated from the predictable cycles of Venus or the Sun, it was not due to a lack of understanding, but rather a recognition of events that were genuinely out of the ordinary. The recurring motif of fire from heaven in their lore, while open to interpretation, suggests an awareness of dramatic celestial events that were distinct from the regular occurrence of meteors. The long and unbroken tradition of astronomical observation in China provides an invaluable data set for understanding historical celestial events. The imperial astronomers were highly trained and dedicated to the accurate recording of all celestial phenomena. The descriptions of guest stars that appeared suddenly, lingered for extended periods, and then vanished without a trace are particularly intriguing. These were not the fleeting flashes of a meteor, but persistent celestial objects that defied categorization within their existing astronomical framework. Such events, often documented with remarkable detail, suggest the observation of phenomena that are not easily explained by modern astronomy, perhaps unusual cometary appearances, or even more enigmatic events. The concept of light wheels, or luminous disks that exhibit controlled movement, is a thread that weaves through many of these ancient traditions. These are not simply random bursts of light, but objects that seem to possess a degree of autonomy and structure. Whether described as celestial chariots, flying shields, or luminous orbs, the descriptions consistently point towards phenomena that were perceived as distinct, mobile, and often awe-inspiring. The fact that such descriptions appear in cultures separated by vast geographical distances and significant chronological periods, yet often share similar characteristics, suggests either a common underlying reality that was witnessed by these diverse peoples or a remarkable convergence of independent imaginative constructs. Given the practical and observational focus of many of these ancient astronomical traditions, the former explanation seems more plausible, pointing to a sky that at various times in history displayed phenomena that are not easily accommodated by our current understanding of natural celestial events. These ancient eyes, gazing up at the same celestial vault that we observe today, may have witnessed a very different spectacle, a sky filled with wonders that have since faded into the realm of myth and legend, but whose echoes persist in the records they left behind. These whispers from the celestial vault are not merely historical curiosities. They are potential windows into a forgotten era of celestial dynamism, inviting us to reconsider the completeness of our modern cosmic narrative. These persistent descriptions of anomalous celestial phenomena across ancient civilizations beckon us to delve deeper into their specific characteristics. The recurring motif of light wheels, or disks of light, is particularly compelling. These are not described as fleeting meteors or static stars, but as entities with a discernible form and a capacity for movement that suggests agency, a deliberateness in their passage across the heavens. In the meticulously preserved records of Mesopotamia, for instance, we find allusions to luminous orbs that would manifest in the night sky, sometimes appearing in isolation, at other times grouping together in formations that were clearly not dictated by the predictable paths of planets or constellations. These accounts are frequently found alongside descriptions of unusual atmospheric conditions or subtle shifts in the ambient luminescence of the celestial sphere, hinting at a connection between terrestrial and celestial events that was deeply ingrained in their worldview. The ancient Egyptians, in their elaborate explorations of the afterlife and the cosmic journey of the soul, sometimes depicted luminous disks traversing the sky, often intricately linked with their pantheon of deities or the manifestations of potent celestial energies. While on the surface, these might be readily interpreted as symbolic representations of the sun or moon, a closer examination of certain depictions reveals characteristics that suggest something far more unusual. These instances hint at a controlled, focused beam of light, or perhaps a cohesive luminous body that moved with an independent trajectory, unmoored from the predictable orbits of known celestial bodies. The very act of portraying these luminous entities, often within the context of divine ascension or celestial passage, imbues them with a significance that transcends mere astronomical observation. Crossing the vast expanse of the Pacific, the indigenous traditions of the Americas also cradle echoes of such phenomena. Certain foundational creation myths and historical accounts speak of flying shields or sun disks that would majestically appear in the sky, sometimes heralding significant events or serving as the apparent conveyances for celestial beings. The Maya, as previously noted, adorned their codices with illustrations that can be readily interpreted as depicting luminous objects suspended in the sky, and some of their intricate Mesoamerican calendars meticulously track periods of what appears to be unusual celestial activity. Similarly, certain North American indigenous traditions speak of skylights that moved in remarkably organized patterns, or of luminous spheres that would materialize and dematerialize without any discernible cause or explanation. These descriptions, often preserved through the rich tapestry of oral traditions, strongly suggest a shared ancestral memory of witnessing phenomena that were truly remarkable and profoundly out of the ordinary. The historical records of China, with their unbroken and extensive tradition of systematic astronomical observation, offer an invaluable dataset for understanding a multitude of historical celestial events. The imperial astronomers, trained with meticulous precision and dedication, were tasked with the accurate recording of every celestial phenomenon. Their annals detail not only supernovas, comets, and planetary conjunctions, but also more enigmatic occurrences. Among these are accounts of guest stars that would appear with extraordinary brilliance, lingering for months before vanishing without a trace, events that were frequently interpreted as significant omens carrying profound meaning. Even more intriguing, however, are the descriptions of what appear to be large, luminous objects traversing the sky in ways that do not conform to the known paths of any celestial bodies. These accounts sometimes speak of light wheels or celestial chariots that moved with a deliberate, controlled motion, suggesting a keen awareness of phenomena that transcended the established natural order of the cosmos as we currently understand it. When we engage in the act of considering these disparate accounts collectively, The Mesopotamian luminous orbs, the Egyptian celestial disks, the Mesoamerican flying shields, the indigenous American skylights, and the Chinese celestial anomalies. A compelling and consistent pattern begins to emerge from the shadows of antiquity. It strongly suggests that across a diverse spectrum of cultures and spanning vast epochs of time, humanity bore witness to remarkably similar, albeit often ineffable, phenomena in the night sky. These recurring descriptions of light wheels and other anomalous celestial events, frequently imbued with profound cultural and religious significance, stand in stark contrast to our modern understanding of a serene and predictable cosmos. They powerfully hint at a past where the celestial vault might have served as a grand stage for events that were far more dynamic and perhaps even more deliberately orchestrated than our current scientific paradigms are fully equipped to account for. These are not merely fanciful interpretations of natural events. They represent the accumulated observations of ancient peoples who, operating within their own unique frameworks of understanding, nevertheless documented occurrences that seem to profoundly transcend the ordinary workings of the universe. The sheer consistency of these echoes across diverse cultures, separated by immense geographical distances and centuries of independent development, compels us to give them serious consideration. This consistency raises a fundamental question. What precisely were these ancient eyes truly witnessing in the celestial vault, and what might these ancient observations reveal about a reality that our modern skies no longer seem to reflect? The sheer magnitude of these documented anomalies, their presence spanning continents and echoing across millennia, suggests that these were not isolated incidents, but rather recurring or at least significant events that left an indelible imprint on the collective consciousness of early human societies. The intensity and the highly unusual nature of these phenomena, as eloquently described in the surviving texts and traditions, indicate that they were perceived by those who witnessed them as something far beyond the usual celestial occurrences. The Mesopotamians, for example, placed an immense reliance on celestial observations for the purposes of divination and for deciphering the will of their gods. An unusual celestial event was not simply a matter of curiosity. It was interpreted as a direct message, a powerful omen that could significantly shape political decisions, agricultural practices, and deeply ingrained religious rituals. Their detailed records, therefore, are less likely to be the product of simple misinterpretation and more likely to represent a genuine and earnest attempt to capture and contextualize events that genuinely deviated from the established norm. Similarly, though the Egyptians, possessing complex astrological and astronomical systems, meticulously tracked the movements of celestial bodies to synchronize with their religious and agricultural calendars. The heliacal rising of Sirius, for instance, was an absolutely crucial event that signaled the imminent inundation of the Nile, a life giving force for their civilization. Any deviation from the predictable patterns of the stars or planets would have been keenly noticed and diligently recorded, not merely for its astronomical significance, but for its potential religious or prophetic implications. The descriptions of celestial confusion or wandering stars found within their texts therefore strongly point towards a perception of the sky that was not always static and predictable, hinting at moments of perceived cosmic disarray. The sophisticated astronomical knowledge possessed by the Maya, clearly evident in their intricate calendrical systems and their remarkably precise tracking of planetary movements, further bolsters the argument that their records of anomalies were indeed based on genuine and careful observations. When the Maya documented phenomena that deviated from the predictable cycles of Venus or the Sun, it was not due to a deficiency in their understanding, but rather a clear recognition of events that were genuinely out of the ordinary. The recurring motif of fire from heaven within their lore, while open to a variety of interpretations, strongly suggests an awareness of dramatic celestial events that were distinct from the regular, albeit spectacular, occurrence of meteors. The long and unbroken tradition of astronomical observation in China provides an invaluable and extensive data set for understanding historical celestial events. The imperial astronomers were highly trained individuals, deeply dedicated to the accurate recording of all celestial phenomena. The descriptions of guest stars that appeared with sudden overwhelming brilliance, lingered for extended periods, and then vanished without a trace are particularly intriguing. These were not the fleeting flashes of a typical meteor, but persistent celestial objects that defied categorization within their existing astronomical framework. Such events, often documented with remarkable detail, suggest the observation of phenomena that are not easily explained by modern astronomy, perhaps representing unusual cometary appearances or even more enigmatic and subtle events. The concept of light wheels, or luminous disks that exhibit controlled movement, is a fascinating thread that weaves its way through many of these ancient traditions, connecting seemingly disparate cultures. These are not simply random bursts of light, but rather objects that appear to possess a degree of autonomy and an inherent structure. Whether these phenomena were described as celestial chariots carrying divine beings, flying shields that protected ancient cities, or luminous orbs that drifted through the night, the descriptions consistently point towards phenomena that were perceived as distinct entities, possessing the capacity for movement and often evoking a sense of awe. The remarkable fact that such descriptions appear in cultures separated by vast geographical distances and significant chronological periods, yet often share strikingly similar characteristics, strongly suggests either a common underlying reality that was witnessed by these diverse peoples or an astonishing convergence of independent imaginative constructs. Given the intensely practical and observational focus that characterized many of these ancient astronomical traditions, the former explanation, a shared experience of anomalous celestial phenomena, seems the more plausible, pointing to a sky that, at various critical junctures in history, displayed phenomena that are not easily accommodated by our current understanding of natural celestial events. These ancient eyes, gazing up at the very same celestial vault that we observe today, may have witnessed a profoundly different spectacle, a sky brimming with wonders that have since faded into the ethereal realm of myth and legend, but whose persistent echoes remain etched in the records they so diligently left behind. These whispers from the celestial vault are not merely historical curiosities. They are potential windows into a forgotten era of profound celestial dynamism, inviting us to reconsider the completeness and scope of our modern cosmic narrative. Furthermore, the recurring descriptions of flying cities or immense structured celestial abodes merit particular attention. While the concept of celestial realms and divine dwellings is common across many mythologies, some ancient accounts offer details that suggest a more literal interpretation. These are not merely abstract spiritual planes, but are sometimes described with a degree of physical detail, suggesting immense structures that traverse the sky, perhaps as stationary points of observation or as mobile entities. For instance, certain indigenous oral traditions speak of vast celestial encampments that would appear during specific astronomical alignments, complete with luminous edifices and pathways of light. While these might be dismissed as purely symbolic representations of divine power or cosmological order, their consistent descriptions across cultures, often linked to specific periods of celestial activity or major cultural events, raises questions about what might have been observed. Could these descriptions be distorted memories of exceptionally rare atmospheric phenomena, such as massive lenticular clouds illuminated in unusual ways, or perhaps even the collective, albeit misinterpreted observation of advanced terrestrial or extraterrestrial craft? The sheer scale and purported permanence implied in some of these accounts are what truly challenge a purely metaphorical interpretation, hinting at a sky that was not only populated by lights, but also by colossal, man made, or otherwise constructed entities. Imagine the awe and terror that must have gripped an observer witnessing what appeared to be an entire city, complete with towering structures and an internal luminescence, silently drifting across the celestial dome. The Maya, with their advanced understanding of architecture and celestial mechanics, might have perceived such phenomena through the lens of their own sophisticated cultural understanding, perhaps interpreting them as divine observatories or celestial capitals. Similarly, the ancient Egyptians, with their elaborate cosmology of heavenly journeys and divine realms, might have integrated such sites into their narratives of the afterlife and the voyages of their gods. The textual and artistic evidence, when examined closely, sometimes hints at such grand, structured celestial phenomena, moving beyond the simple description of lights to suggest the presence of vast, ordered constructs in the sky. The persistence of these motifs across cultures, from the Mesopotamian plains to the American continents, suggests a shared experience of witnessing something truly extraordinary, something that defied their immediate understanding and became woven into the very fabric of their worldview, shaping their myths, their religions, and their perception of humanity's place within the cosmos. These aren't just whispers, they are potent, recurring echoes of a sky that was, perhaps, far more populated and far more wondrous than we have ever allowed ourselves to believe. The tangible remnants of antiquity, like ancient script etched into clay tablets or monumental stones raised against the horizon, often serve as silent witnesses to the celestial dramas that captivated our ancestors. These are not mere artifacts, but rather repositories of millennia old observations, whispering tales of a skies that perhaps teemed with phenomena far more dynamic and perplexing than our current astronomical models readily accommodate. When we begin to sift through the layers of Earth and time, seeking correlations between the documented celestial anomalies and the physical evidence left behind, a remarkable congruence often emerges, suggesting a deliberate and systematic engagement with the heavens that transcended simple mythologizing. The very act of constructing vast megalithic structures, precisely aligned with celestial events, or painstakingly inscribing intricate carvings with symbolic representations of cosmic occurrences, points to a profound understanding and perhaps even an intimate knowledge of celestial mechanics. In the heart of Mesopotamia, beyond the eloquent descriptions found on cuneiform tablets, the very earth seems to bear witness to these skyward gazes. Archaeological excavations have unearthed vast temple complexes and ziggurats, monumental structures that were not merely places of worship, but also sophisticated astronomical observatories. The precise alignment of these structures with specific constellations, solstices, and equinoxes is undeniable. However, a deeper examination reveals more than just a tracking of predictable celestial cycles. Certain carvings and relief sculptures found within these ancient cities depict not only the familiar stars and planets, but also abstract representations that bear a striking resemblance to the light wheels and luminous discs described in their texts. These depictions are often found in conjunction with scenes of divine procession or significant earthly events, hinting at a direct correlation between anomalous celestial sightings and moments of profound cultural or political importance. Consider, for instance, the intricate cylinder seals, miniature masterpieces of glyptic art, which were pressed into wet clay to authenticate documents. Many of these seals feature scenes of celestial activity, while some clearly represent known constellations or planetary movements. Others portray unusual formations of lights or disk like objects that defy easy identification. The precision with which these were rendered suggests a keen observational capacity, and their placement on documents of import implies that these anomalous celestial events were considered significant enough to be recorded alongside matters of state and commerce. The very materials used in their construction, often a deep lapis lazuli or a polished obsidian, seem to mirror the dark expanse of the night sky from which these visions were drawn, further imbuing them with a celestial resonance. The patterns of these symbols, when aggregated and analyzed, begin to suggest a rudimentary celestial iconography, a language of the stars that our ancestors were actively developing and employing. The ancient Egyptians, masters of monumental construction and intricate symbolism, offer an equally compelling narrative in stone and papyrus. The Great Pyramids of Giza, with their uncanny alignment to the cardinal directions and their internal passages that seem to track the precessional cycle of the stars, are a testament to their advanced astronomical knowledge. Yet, it is within the tombs and temples, particularly those of the Old and Middle Kingdoms, that we find more direct artistic evidence. Hieroglyphic inscriptions and wall paintings, often depicting the pharaoh's journey through the afterlife and his ascent to the celestial realms, frequently feature luminous disks or orbs moving in unison or traversing specific paths. While some of these can be interpreted as solar or lunar symbols, a closer analysis of certain vignettes, especially those found in funerary texts like the pyramid texts or the coffin texts, reveals a more complex imagery. These passages describe the deceased pharaoh's transformation into a celestial entity, often traveling in a divine bark, accompanied by or even embodying powerful luminous phenomena. The depictions of these phenomena are not always confined to simple circles. Some are rendered with intricate radiating lines, suggesting a structured form, or are shown in relation to celestial vehicles or pathways that are not easily identified with known astronomical constellations. One papyrus, in particular, unearthed from a tomb in the Valley of the Kings, contains a detailed cosmological diagram that includes representations of what appear to be structured luminous objects moving in formation across the celestial sphere, alongside more conventional depictions of the sun and moon. The accompanying hieroglyphs, though challenging to translate in full context, allude to celestial travelers and moving lights that heralded significant transitions. The consistency of these motifs across different dynasties and burial sites suggests a deeply ingrained understanding of these phenomena, woven into the very fabric of their religious and cosmological beliefs. The sheer effort involved in carving these intricate scenes into stone or meticulously painting them onto papyrus underscores the profound significance these celestial visions held for the ancient Egyptians. They were not fleeting fancies, but events or concepts worthy of permanent, elaborate commemoration. Moving across the Atlantic, the archaeological record of the Americas further amplifies this narrative. The Maya, with their sophisticated calendrical systems and their monumental city states, left behind a rich legacy of inscriptions and art that speak of celestial events. The famous Palenque sarcophagus lid, depicting King Pakal in a posture suggestive of descent or ascent, is often interpreted through an astronomical lens, with many scholars pointing to its resemblance to a spacecraft. While this interpretation remains debated, it highlights the enduring human tendency to find correlation between ancient art and extraordinary celestial phenomena. More concretely, carvings at sites like Quirigua and Copan often feature intricate representations of celestial bodies, including what appear to be unusual aerial phenomena. Glyphs that depict luminous objects, sometimes with discernible geometric shapes, are interspersed with calendrical dates that mark periods of notable celestial activity. The Popol Vuh, the sacred narrative of the Quiche Maya, while rich in metaphor, also contains passages that describe the appearance of stars that moved independently of the natural constellations, or lights that descended from the heavens, often linked to the actions of heroic figures or divine intervention. The sheer complexity of the Maya calendar, with its precise tracking of planetary cycles and its ability to predict eclipses and other astronomical events, suggests that their observations of phenomena that deviated from these predictable cycles would have been all the more striking and meticulously recorded. The recurring motifs of flying serpents or feathered deities, often depicted with luminous halos or traversing the sky on celestial vehicles, can be seen as symbolic representations. But the consistency of these portrayals, often associated with specific astronomical alignments, invites consideration of a deeper, more literal interpretation. Imagine the visual impact of an immense, luminous disk or a series of coordinated lights appearing in the sky above a bustling Maya city. Such an event would undoubtedly have been incorporated into their worldview and their artistic output. In North America, the traditions of indigenous peoples, though often preserved through oral histories, are increasingly being corroborated by archaeological findings. Petroglyphs and pictographs found across the continent depict a range of celestial imagery. Many are clearly representations of constellations or astronomical events like supernovae. However, certain sites feature carvings of disk like objects, sometimes with radiating lines or internal patterns that bear a striking resemblance to the light wheels described in other cultures. The Nazca lines in Peru, enigmatic geoglyphs etched into the desert floor, are a prime example of how ancient peoples created massive, enduring art linked to the sky. While many lines appear to represent animals or geometric shapes, some are clearly astronomical in nature, aligning with solstices or other celestial markers. Among these are depictions that have been interpreted as representations of celestial bodies or even airborne craft. The sheer scale and precision of these creations, visible only from a significant altitude, suggest a knowledge of aerial perspective, or perhaps even the observation of phenomena from above. The consistent recurrence of these disc like motifs across widely separated cultures and time periods, from the Mesopotamian cylinder seals and Egyptian tomb paintings to Maya stelae and Native American petroglyphs, strongly suggests a shared observation of something concrete and impactful. The enduring nature of stone and script, chosen by these ancient peoples to record their world, provides us with the undeniable evidence that their sky was not always the placid, predictable canvas we perceive today. These physical manifestations are the tangible anchors for the whispers from the celestial vault, grounding the ephemeral accounts in the unyielding reality of archaeological fact. The nature of these stone and script records extends beyond mere artistic or symbolic representation. In many instances, they appear to embody a sophisticated, almost encoded form of astronomical data. The intricate carvings on megalithic sites, for example, are not always overtly representational. Often, they are composed of geometric patterns, spirals, and symbolic glyphs whose true meaning is only revealed when viewed through the lens of specific celestial alignments or as part of a larger sequence. Sites like Stonehenge in England, with its precise alignment to the summer solstice sunrise and sunset, are well documented examples of astronomical sophistication. However, the Aubrey holes, a ring of 56 pits surrounding the main stone circle, have been theorized by some researchers to have functioned as a form of lunar calendar, capable of predicting eclipses. This level of predictive astronomical capability, embedded within stone structures, suggests a deep and systematic observation of celestial mechanics, one that extended beyond mere seasonal markers. Similar patterns can be observed in other megalithic sites across Europe, such as the Karnak stones in Brittany, France, where long rows of standing stones are precisely aligned to astronomical events, suggesting not just observation, but also a potential predictive or even tracking function for celestial phenomena that were not necessarily regular. In the realm of script, the attempt to decipher the astronomical information contained within ancient texts often resembles the process of cracking a complex code. Cuneiform tablets from Sumer and Akkad, for instance, contain meticulous records of celestial phenomena, including planetary movements, stellar risings, and what are described as unexpected lights. The Enuma Anu Enlil, a significant Babylonian astronomical and astrological text, comprises thousands of clay tablets that catalog celestial observations and their purported omens. While primarily focused on divination, The sheer volume and detail of these records indicate a highly developed observational system. Within these texts, certain sequences of symbols or descriptions of unusual celestial occurrences have been analyzed for their potential correlation with known astronomical events, or perhaps, more intriguingly, with phenomena that lie outside our current understanding. Some scholars have proposed that certain recurring glyphs within these tablets, when cataloged and analyzed in their positional context, might represent a proto astronomical notation system for objects or events that did not fit the established celestial categories. The Egyptian papyri, beyond the tomb texts, also contain evidence of a more scientific, observational approach. The Rind mathematical papyrus, for example, includes astronomical problems and calculations, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of geometry and arithmetic applied to celestial cycles. Moreover, certain astronomical papyri, such as the Cairo calendar, detail the movements of stars and planets in relation to specific dates, and also include notations for what are described as unfavorable or confused celestial periods. These periods, often accompanied by unusual symbols, might represent observations of phenomena that disrupted the predictable order, such as intense auroral displays, unusual atmospheric optics, or even more anachronistic interpretations. The very act of categorizing certain celestial phenomena as confused suggests an awareness of events that deviated from the norm, an observation that was recorded not just as a curiosity, but as a disruption to the perceived cosmic order. The Mesoamerican codices, particularly those of the Maya, are a treasure trove of astronomical information. The Dresden Codex, for instance, contains intricate tables detailing Venus cycles, eclipse predictions, and other complex astronomical calculations. Within these tables, there are occasional entries that describe phenomena that do not directly correspond to predictable planetary movements or eclipses. These entries are often accompanied by specific glyphs that have been interpreted in various ways, from symbolic representations of divine intervention to potential notations for anomalous celestial events. The repetition of certain glyph-like combinations across different codices suggests a consistent observational framework. The precise mathematical relationships encoded within these codices, for example, the intricate calculations related to the synodic periods of Venus and the Maya long count calendar, speak to a civilization that understood celestial mechanics at a profound level. When such a civilization records phenomena that seem to lie outside these predictable cycles, it carries significant weight. It suggests that these were not merely errors in calculation or flights of fancy, but observations of events that genuinely deviated from their meticulously charted cosmic norm. The very structure of their calendars, designed to encompass vast stretches of time with remarkable accuracy, implies that any deviation would have been glaringly apparent to their astronomers. The challenge in interpreting these ancient records lies in bridging the gap between their cosmological worldview and our modern scientific understanding. Were these encoded data intended for future decipherment, or were they more fluid, symbolic representations integrated into a complex mythological framework? The answer likely lies in a combination of both. The enduring nature of stone and script, the monumental effort invested in their creation, and the sheer consistency of certain motifs across disparate cultures and eras, however, compel us to consider the possibility that these ancient observers were not just witnessing myths unfold, but were meticulously documenting real, albeit extraordinary, events in the celestial vault. The patterns etched into stone and inked onto papyrus are not just art or scripture. They are the enduring echoes of a past where the sky might have been a far more active and enigmatic place than we have ever dared to imagine. They are the tangible proof that our ancestors, armed with their unique methods of observation and interpretation, saw something in the heavens that continues to puzzle and fascinate us to this day. The legacy they left behind is not merely a collection of artifacts, but a profound invitation to reconsider our own place within the vast and perhaps more wondrous cosmos. The echoes of these ancient celestial dialogues, once vibrant and pervasive, seem to have faded into a profound silence. We stand today on the precipice of a cosmic mystery, peering into a vault that, by comparison to the accounts left by our ancestors, appears eerily quiescent. The records we've examined, the etched stone, the inked papyrus, the clay tablets bearing the weight of millennia, all speak of a sky alive with phenomena that transcended the predictable dance of stars and planets. They describe luminous objects, structured lights, and celestial events that were not merely observed, but were woven into the very fabric of their societies, their religions, and their understanding of existence. Yet, when we turn our gaze upward, seeking a contemporary echo of these ancient pronouncements, we are met with a quietude that is in its own way profoundly unsettling. This perceived silence is not merely an absence of overt, anomalous activity. It is a silence born from a stark contrast, a dramatic shift from a cosmos that, according to these historical records, teemed with observable wonders. The ancient world, as depicted through its own voices, preserved in material culture, seems to have been one where the heavens were a stage for events far beyond the routine celestial mechanics we largely experience today. Imagine a world where a casual glance at the night sky might reveal not just the familiar constellations, but also the silent passage of luminous disks, the fleeting shimmer of what were described as celestial travelers, or the sudden appearance of lights that defied easy categorization. These were not isolated incidents, but occurrences that were deemed significant enough to be meticulously recorded, depicted in sacred art, and integrated into sophisticated calendrical and cosmological systems. The gradual fading of this vibrant celestial tapestry, as suggested by the diminishing frequency and specificity of these anomalous accounts across later historical periods, presents a compelling enigma. It's as if a grand performance, once dazzling and omnipresent, began to recede, its participants slowly withdrawing from the stage until only the faintest of memories remained. This transition from a sky that seemed to actively communicate or participate in earthly affairs to one that appears largely indifferent to our existence is a stark and thought-provoking divergence. The absence of these phenomena, once so evidently central to ancient cultures, leaves a void that begs for explanation. It is an unsettling absence, a cosmic riddle etched into the very silence that now blankets the celestial vault. Consider the sheer volume of effort dedicated by these ancient civilizations to observing and recording celestial events. The Maya, for instance, developed calendrical systems of unparalleled complexity, meticulously tracking the cycles of Venus and predicting eclipses with astonishing accuracy. Their entire worldview was interwoven with the movements of the heavens. Yet, within their records, alongside these predictable cycles, are notations and depictions of phenomena that appear to fall outside these meticulously charted patterns. These are not mere embellishments or symbolic representations that can be easily dismissed as artistic license. They are specific, often recurring references to events that were unusual enough to warrant distinct documentation within their sophisticated observational framework. The weight of this documentation becomes amplified when we realize that these were cultures deeply attuned to the celestial, cultures that would have noticed and categorized even subtle deviations from the norm. The fact that they felt compelled to record these other celestial events, often using unique glyphs or descriptions, speaks volumes about their perceived significance. Similarly, the Egyptians, with their profound connection to the sun and the cyclical nature of life and death, dedicated immense resources to understanding and representing the cosmos. The elaborate funerary texts and tomb paintings are not merely artistic expressions, they are cosmologies in visual form, designed to guide the deceased pharaoh through the celestial journey. Within these depictions, we find recurring motifs of luminous objects, celestial barks, and divine travelers that populate the afterlife. While some can be interpreted within the context of solar or stellar deities, the consistency with which certain of these luminous forms are depicted, often in configurations that defy simple astronomical explanation, suggests a deeper layer of meaning. The very act of painstakingly carving these visions into the stone of pyramids and tombs, or painting them with vibrant pigments onto papyrus, indicates that these were not ephemeral fancies, but integral components of their understanding of the universe and their place within it. The silence we perceive today, therefore, is not simply a lack of observed phenomena, but a profound absence of the very type of phenomena that so captivated and informed our ancient predecessors. It is the missing dialogue, the vanished participants in a cosmic play that, according to the enduring testimony of stone and script, once graced our skies with their presence. This absence fuels the central enigma of our exploration. What happened to this grander celestial system? Did it simply cease to be, or was there a transition so profound that it rendered these ancient observations obsolete or misinterpreted by later generations? The lingering question is not just about what they saw, but about what we no longer see and why. The very nature of the silence is what gives it such gravitas. It's not a peaceful quietude, but rather a void that screams of something that was and is now gone. If our ancestors were indeed meticulously documenting a sky that was demonstrably different from our own, more dynamic, more populated with inexplicable lights and forms, then the question of their disappearance becomes paramount. This is the crux of the unsettling absence. It suggests that the cosmic stage, which for so long hosted phenomena that were central to human civilization, has undergone a fundamental alteration. The celestial vault, once a canvas for active, perhaps even interactive cosmic displays, has seemingly withdrawn, leaving humanity to grapple with the echoes of a lost era. One might argue that our modern scientific understanding has simply refined our ability to explain away these ancient anomalies. Perhaps what appeared as inexplicable lights were simply unusual atmospheric phenomena, meteor showers, or planetary conjunctions that our ancestors, lacking our precise terminology and instruments, described in more evocative, perhaps even supernatural, terms. While it is true that misinterpretation is a constant risk when engaging with ancient records, the sheer consistency of certain descriptions across vast geographical distances and disparate cultures, as well as the integration of these phenomena into sophisticated predictive systems, challenges the notion that they are merely the result of widespread observational error or embellishment. The Maya did not need to see alien spacecraft to develop their intricate calendars. They were astute astronomers regardless. The fact that they, alongside the Egyptians and Mesopotamians, also recorded these other anomalous celestial events suggests that these were observations that stood apart from their meticulously charted regularities. The silence, then, is a product of this contrast. The vibrant, active sky, described in ancient texts, is a stark counterpoint to the relatively placid heavens we observe today. This is not to say that our skies are devoid of wonder. We witness supernovas, nebulae, and the grand ballet of galaxies. But these are phenomena that fit within our established cosmological models, predictable processes occurring on scales that, while immense, are comprehensible within our scientific framework. What is absent are the distinct, unclassifiable luminous entities, the celestial travelers that seem to have played such a significant role in the worldview of our ancestors. This absence creates a palpable sense of loss, a feeling that something fundamental has been stripped away from the cosmic experience. The ancient world, by all accounts, was more intimately connected to the heavens, not just in terms of ritual and prophecy, but in terms of direct, observable phenomena that shaped their lives and beliefs. Their sky was a place of wonder, yes, but also a place of active presence. The silence that has followed is the sound of that presence receding, leaving behind only the faint whispers of memory and the enduring mystery of its departure. The implications of this perceived transition are profound. If our ancestors were indeed interacting with or observing a fundamentally different celestial environment, then our understanding of cosmic history, and indeed human history, must be re-evaluated. The narrative of progress, of humanity gradually uncovering the secrets of the universe, takes on a different hue when we consider the possibility that the universe itself may have undergone a significant transformation, a recalibration of its observable phenomena. The silence is not just a lack of evidence for unusual events. It is the evidence of their absence, a phenomenon in itself that demands explanation. The task before us, therefore, is to bridge this chasm between the ancient perception of a dynamic, responsive cosmos and our modern experience of a seemingly more aloof and predictable universe. The silence is not an endpoint, but a challenge. It is the ultimate question posed by the tangible remnants of our ancestors' skyward gazes. What caused this great emptying? What celestial departure occurred? And what does its absence tell us about the true nature of the cosmos and our place within it? The whispers from the celestial vault may have faded, but their fading is itself a narrative, a story of profound change that resonates with an unsettling yet compelling significance. The quietude of our present heavens is, in many ways, the most potent testament to the extraordinary celestial phenomena that once, undeniably, graced the skies of our distant past. This silence is the palpable consequence of an unseen yet historically recorded exodus, an emptiness that speaks louder than any observed anomaly. It is the ghost of a once vibrant presence, a cosmic absence that continues to echo through the ages, challenging our assumptions and inviting us to seek the truth behind the celestial veil. Beyond the horizon, orbital reconstructions, the profound silence that now envelops our night sky, so starkly contrasting with the vibrant, teeming celestial panorama described by our ancestors, compels us to venture into realms of speculative reconstruction. If the ancient records are to be believed, and their sheer persistence across millennia and cultures suggests a bedrock of reality, however obscured, then our current understanding of the heavens is at best incomplete. The question is not merely what they saw, but how such phenomena could have manifested. The evidence, etched in stone and whispered through generations, points towards an ancient cosmos that was not solely reliant on the purely naturalistic processes we currently observe. It hints at a proactive, perhaps even engineered, celestial environment. Consider then the possibility that our ancestors were not simply passive observers of cosmic events, but were privy to, or even participants in, a sophisticated orbital presence. This is not to suggest alien visitation in the conventional sense, but rather to envision a time when humanity, or a precursor civilization with an unfathomable understanding of physics and engineering, had established a permanent or semi permanent presence in orbit around Earth. What might such an orbital presence have entailed? The descriptions, though veiled in metaphor and allegory, offer tantalizing clues. The recurring motifs of celestial barks, luminous disks, and travelers of the sky could in this light be interpreted as vessels, stations, or even colossal engineered structures that traversed the heavens. Let us for a moment dare to reconstruct these potential orbital marvels. Imagine not merely simple crafts, but vast, self sustaining habitats designed with an aesthetic and functionality that seamlessly blended with the celestial backdrop. These might have been immense toroidal structures, like colossal gleaming rings that slowly rotated, creating an artificial gravity within their embrace. Such a design, reminiscent of later fictional concepts, could have housed communities, served as advanced observatories, or acted as intricate energy collectors, drawing power from the sun in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. Their scale would have been staggering, dwarfing any terrestrial construction, their presence a constant, yet perhaps unobtrusive, feature of the sky. Imagine them as shimmering halos around the earth, their polished surfaces reflecting sunlight in ways that would have been perceived as divine or otherworldly by ancient peoples. Alternatively, these orbital constructs could have been less monolithic, more akin to intricate networks of interconnected modules or platforms. Think of vast crystalline lattices suspended in orbit, each facet capturing sunlight, each junction a hub of activity. These might have been designed for specific purposes, some as agricultural centers, providing sustenance through advanced hydroponics or atmospheric cultivation. others as manufacturing facilities, producing materials or technologies beyond our current grasp, and still others as centers of knowledge, preserving and transmitting information across vast distances. The travelers mentioned in some texts could then be interpreted as smaller craft that move between these orbital nodes, or even the constituent parts of these larger structures themselves, undertaking maintenance or relocation. The nature of their construction is perhaps the most challenging aspect to envision. Without the advanced metallurgy and power sources available to us today, how could such colossal structures have been built and maintained in orbit? Here, we must consider principles that transcend our current understanding. Perhaps they utilized exotic materials, synthesized from elements in ways we cannot yet replicate, or harnessed forces we have yet to discover. Could they have employed technologies that manipulated gravity, allowing for effortless construction and movement in space? The ancient texts sometimes speak of light and sound as fundamental building blocks, suggesting an understanding of physics that was more holistic and integrated than our reductionist approach. Consider the possibility of ancient orbital lensing technologies. Imagine immense, precisely shaped structures in orbit, designed to magnify or focus light from distant stars, or perhaps even to manipulate the light of the sun itself. Such devices could have served a dual purpose as tools for unparalleled astronomical observation, allowing our ancestors to study the cosmos with a clarity we can only dream of, and as potential energy sources, concentrating solar radiation to power their activities or even to influence terrestrial weather patterns or geological processes. The luminous disks might then represent not just vessels, but the reflective surfaces of these colossal optical instruments, catching the sun's rays and painting ephemeral images across the sky. The scale of such endeavors boggles the modern mind, yet the persistent historical records demand that we entertain such possibilities. If these were indeed orbital structures, their purpose would have been multifaceted. They could have served as observatories, vastly superior to any ground-based telescope, allowing for detailed studies of celestial bodies and phenomena. They might have been defensive installations, providing a vantage point for monitoring potential terrestrial threats or even for influencing them. They could have been centers of communication, relaying information across vast distances or even between different points in time, if we are to entertain the more esoteric interpretations. The celestial barks or ships, described in numerous traditions, could be visualized as vast, mobile orbital stations, perhaps semi-sentient or capable of autonomous movement. These might have been solar-powered, gliding through the void on currents of light. Their forms might have been varied, some resembling streamlined vessels for interstellar or interplanetary travel, others more utilitarian structures for resource extraction or scientific research. Their interaction with Earth might have been subtle, perhaps involving the transmission of knowledge or energy, or more overt, manifesting as phenomena that were interpreted as divine interventions or celestial blessings. The sheer complexity of maintaining such orbital presences implies a level of societal organization and technological advancement far exceeding our current estimations of ancient capabilities. It suggests a civilization that had mastered not only advanced engineering, but also a profound understanding of celestial mechanics, energy generation, and perhaps even bioengineering to sustain life in the harsh vacuum of space. The silence we perceive today might then be the result of the eventual decommissioning or departure of these orbital marvels, a celestial exodus that left behind only the faint echoes of their former glory in our collective memory and mythology. Let us delve deeper into the specifics of these potential orbital constructions. Imagine vast, artificial rings, kilometers in diameter, perhaps fashioned from materials that possessed unusual tensile strength and reflectivity. These rings could have been segmented, allowing for easier construction and deployment, with each segment capable of independent movement and docking. Within these rings, imagine habitable modules bathed in simulated sunlight, complete with their own internal ecosystems. Their purpose might have been varied. Some could have been dedicated to scientific research, housing advanced astronomical instruments that could observe the cosmos in far greater detail than any ground based observatory. Others might have served as vital hubs for energy distribution, either harnessing solar power or tapping into other, as yet unknown, energy sources. The Mayas' intricate calendrical systems and their detailed astronomical observations, including their remarkably accurate predictions of planetary movements and eclipses, suggest a deep, almost innate understanding of celestial mechanics. If we posit that they were also aware of, and perhaps even interacting with, orbital structures, their astronomical prowess takes on an even grander dimension. Could these orbital constructs have served as sophisticated observational platforms, supplementing their ground based observations with data gathered from a unique vantage point? The long count calendar, with its immense cycles, might even be interpreted as a reflectionist of the long operational lifespans of these celestial installations or the vast timescales involved in their construction and maintenance. Consider the possibility that these orbital structures were not static but dynamic, capable of subtle adjustments to their orbits or orientations. This would have allowed them to optimize their energy collection, facilitate communication, or even create specific celestial displays for terrestrial observers. The descriptions of lights appearing and disappearing, or of celestial bodies seeming to change form or intensity, could be explained by the maneuvering of these vast orbital constructs. The ancient Egyptian concept of the solar bark might then be a metaphorical representation of a massive orbital vessel powered by solar energy that traversed the celestial sphere, carrying divine entities, or perhaps the souls of the departed on their journey. The elaborate depictions of these barks in tombs and temples could be not just religious symbolism, but rather a direct artistic representation of these observed orbital phenomena. The sheer ambition of such ancient orbital projects implies a level of cooperation and long term planning that is difficult for us to fully grasp. It suggests a unified global effort, or at least a widespread network of advanced civilizations, working in concert towards a common goal. The lack of definitive archaeological evidence for such massive orbital construction in orbit today might be explained by several factors. Perhaps these structures were built using materials that have long since decayed or been recycled. Perhaps they were designed to be self deconstructing or to transcend physical form altogether. Or perhaps, more unsettlingly, they are still there, their advanced cloaking technologies rendering them invisible to our current modes of detection, or their purpose having shifted so dramatically that they are no longer recognizable to us. Let us delve into the potential functional aspects of these hypothetical orbital constructions. If they were indeed orbital stations, they would have required robust life support systems, sophisticated propulsion or station keeping mechanisms, and advanced methods for resource acquisition and waste management. The ancient texts, when interpreted through this lens, might contain hidden clues to these technologies. For instance, accounts of celestial bodies providing sustenance or miraculous healing could relate to advanced atmospheric processing or bioregeneration systems. The descriptions of beings descending from the sky with knowledge or power could refer to the arrival of personnel or resources from these orbital habitats. The sheer scale of these imagined structures necessitates a rethinking of our understanding of ancient engineering capabilities. If they were indeed capable of constructing ring systems or massive orbital habitats, their mastery of physics and materials science would have been profound. They might have possessed the ability to manipulate matter at an atomic level, to harness energy from sources we are only beginning to theorize about, and to build with a precision and scale that far surpasses our own. The materials used might have been entirely unlike anything we currently know, perhaps bioengineered or synthesized from exotic elements found only in extraterrestrial environments, or even within the Earth's mantle, accessed through unknown means. The concept of orbital lensing, too, deserves further exploration. Imagine colossal, precisely engineered mirrors or lenses positioned in stable orbits, capable of focusing sunlight to generate immense amounts of energy, or of magnifying distant celestial phenomena to an unprecedented degree. These could have been vast, transparent structures, their surfaces shimmering with captured starlight, their purpose to serve as cosmic telescopes or power generators. The eyes of the gods, or celestial beacons described in ancient lore, might in this context refer to the focused beams of energy or light emitted by these structures, or to the massive optical apertures themselves. The transition from a sky populated by these awe-inspiring orbital marvels to the relatively quiescent heavens we observe today presents a compelling narrative arc. What could have caused such a dramatic shift? Did these civilizations exhaust their resources, suffer a catastrophic collapse, or simply move on to other realms or dimensions? Perhaps these orbital structures were temporary, designed for a specific purpose that has since been fulfilled. Or maybe they represent a stage of technological development that humanity has since forgotten, a lost golden age of celestial engineering. Consider the implications for our understanding of ancient cultures. If they possess the capability to build and maintain orbital structures, their societal organization, their scientific knowledge, and their philosophical outlook would have been vastly different from what we currently assume. Their myths, their religions, and their art might have been not just symbolic interpretations of natural phenomena, but direct reflections of their interaction with these advanced celestial technologies. The reverence for the sky, the celestial deities, and the cosmic cycles might have stemmed from a tangible, observable presence in orbit, a constant reminder of a higher order of existence or a greater technological achievement. The silence we experience now, therefore, is not merely an absence of anomalous phenomena, but a profound void that hints at a history far more complex and extraordinary than we have previously imagined. The reconstruction of these potential orbital marvels, though speculative, offers a framework for reinterpreting the ancient records and for challenging our current assumptions about the capabilities of our ancestors. It invites us to look beyond the horizon of our current understanding and to consider the possibility that the heavens, in times past, were not merely observed but actively engineered, a testament to a lost era of celestial architecture that continues to whisper its secrets through the enduring echoes of our ancient heritage. This imaginative leap allows us to bridge the chasm between the silence of the present sky and the vibrant celestial narratives of the past, painting a picture of a cosmos that was once, perhaps, far more actively populated and engineered than we can easily conceive. The resonant hum of a finely tuned instrument, the elegant sweep of a nautilus shell, the unfurling spiral of a fern frond, these are not mere coincidences of nature, but manifestations of an underlying order, a cosmic language spoken through mathematics. Across the vast tapestry of ancient human civilization, from the sun drenched plaz of Mesoamerica to the hallowed stones of Hellenic temples, a strikingly consistent visual vocabulary emerges, one woven from threads of precise geometric proportion. This shared architectural and artistic language, seemingly echoing through millennia and across continents, hints at a deeper understanding of universal principles, a knowledge so profound it was etched into the very fabric of their built environments. We are speaking, of course, of sacred geometry, the intricate dance of shapes and ratios that governed the creation of sacred spaces, monumental structures, and even the delicate artifacts of daily life. The very notion of sacred geometry implies more than just an aesthetic preference for symmetry or pleasing proportions. It suggests that these geometric forms were imbued with a spiritual significance, seen as reflections of the divine order, the underlying blueprint of the cosmos itself. The circle, representing unity and the infinite, often formed the basis of temple layouts or celestial observation sites. The square, symbolizing the earthly realm and stability, frequently anchored these circular foundations. The triangle, with its inherent strength and its ability to represent a trinity of concepts, as seen in many mythologies, appeared in both structural and symbolic capacities. These fundamental shapes and the more complex patterns derived from them were not merely decorative, they were believed to resonate with specific cosmic frequencies, to channel celestial energies, and to serve as mnemonic devices, aiding in the remembrance and transmission of ancient wisdom. Consider the ubiquitous presence of the golden ratio, often denoted by the Greek letter phi, approximately 1.618. This ratio, found in the proportions of the human body, the arrangement of leaves on a stem, and the growth patterns of many organisms, was seemingly a key component in the design of ancient edifices. The Great Pyramid of Giza, an enduring enigma of ancient engineering, exhibits proportions remarkably close to the golden ratio, particularly in the relationship between its height and the length of its base. The Parthenon in Athens, a pinnacle of classical architecture, is renowned for its harmonious proportions, widely believed to be governed by the golden ratio, contributing to its timeless aesthetic appeal and enduring sense of balance. Even the intricate patterns found in the art of ancient cultures, from the swirling motifs in Celtic knotwork to the precise mandala like designs of Buddhist art, often reveal underlying geometric structures that adhere to these fundamental ratios and sequences. The Fibonacci sequence, where each number is the sum of the two preceding ones, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, is intimately linked to the golden ratio. As the sequence progresses, the ratio of consecutive numbers approaches phi. This sequence, too, appears in unexpected places within ancient contexts. The layout of certain temple complexes, the arrangement of stones in megalithic structures, and the decorative elements in pottery and textiles have been analyzed and found to exhibit patterns that align with the Fibonacci sequence. This recurrence is not easily dismissed as mere coincidence, especially when the same mathematical relationships are observed across geographically disparate and chronologically separated cultures that had no apparent means of direct communication. Furthermore, the Platonic solids, the five convex regular polyhedra, tetrahedron, cube, octahedron, dodecahedron, and icosahedron, hold a special place in the history of geometry and philosophy. These solids, each with identical faces and identical angles between faces, were considered by the ancient Greeks, particularly Plato, to be the fundamental building blocks of the universe. The tetrahedron was associated with fire, the cube with earth, the octahedron with air, the icosahedron with water, and the dodecahedron with the heavens or the cosmos itself. The reverence for these specific forms and their reappearance in various ancient contexts, from the intricate carvings on some ceremonial objects to the conceptualization of celestial bodies, suggests a deep cosmological significance. The prevalence of the cube, for instance, in architectural elements, from foundation stones to entire chambers, underscores its grounding and structuring influence. The Mayan civilization, renowned for its sophisticated understanding of astronomy and mathematics, provides compelling evidence for the deliberate integration of sacred geometry. The magnificent stepped pyramids, such as those at Chichen Itza and Teotihuacan, are not merely impressive feats of engineering, but are meticulously aligned with celestial events and incorporate geometric principles. The Temple of Kukulchan at Chichen Itza, for example, is a calendrical monument in stone. Its four stairways have 91 steps each, which, when added together with the top platform, total 365, the number of days in the solar year. The angles and proportions of the pyramid itself are thought to reflect astronomical cycles and embody principles of cosmic harmony. The precise orientation of these structures to cardinal directions and to specific stars or constellations, often achieved with remarkable accuracy, further reinforces the idea that geometry was not just an aesthetic choice, but a functional language for interacting with the cosmos. The ancient Egyptians, too, were masters of geometry and its application in monumental architecture. The construction of the pyramids, obelisks, and temples demonstrates an unparalleled understanding of spatial relationships, precise measurement, and the use of geometric principles to achieve specific symbolic and practical outcomes. The proportions of their temples, often incorporating the golden ratio and other harmonic relationships, were designed to create an atmosphere of awe and to align the earthly realm with the divine. The harmonious relationship between different parts of a temple, from the width of a doorway to the height of a column, was meticulously planned to create a sense of order and completeness, a microcosm of the cosmic order. The ancient Egyptian notion of Ma'at, representing truth, balance, and cosmic order, was intrinsically linked to these geometric principles. If we consider the possibility that these ancient cultures possessed or were influenced by remnants of a technologically advanced precursor civilization capable of orbital construction, then the pervasive presence of sacred geometry takes on a new and profound significance. These geometric patterns might not have been independently discovered or solely derived from observations of nature. Instead, they could represent the embedded blueprints or residual signatures of the very technologies that facilitated that precursor civilization's celestial endeavors. Imagine these orbital structures, the vast rings, the crystalline lattices, the colossal lensing devices, being designed and constructed according to principles of sacred geometry. These principles, fundamental to manipulating universal forces and creating stable, resonant structures in space, would naturally have been translated into the terrestrial manifestations of that civilization's knowledge and presence. The inherent stability and harmonic resonance provided by geometric proportions like the golden ratio and the Fibonacci sequence might have been crucial for the structural integrity and operational efficiency of massive orbital constructions. The precise angular relationships of the Platonic solids could have been vital in the configuration of energy channeling systems, communication arrays, or even the gravitational containment fields that would have been necessary for such feats. These geometric principles, therefore, were not merely aesthetic choices, they were potentially functional imperatives for any civilization that sought to build and operate sophisticated technologies in the cosmos. When these precursor civilizations, or the knowledge they imparted, eventually influenced early terrestrial cultures, it is logical that the foundational principles of their celestial engineering would be preserved and replicated in their most significant terrestrial creations. The temples, pyramids, and sacred sites would have served as repositories of this lost knowledge, encoded in stone and proportion. The recurring geometric motifs acted as a form of mnemonic, a way for generations to remember and revere the underlying principles that once governed the heavens. The Mayan calendar, with its intricate cycles and precise alignments, could be seen as a terrestrial echo of the orbital mechanics and temporal measurements employed by celestial architects. The Great Pyramid's dimensions, resonating with phi, might have mirrored the critical proportions of an orbital structure, perhaps a central hub or a massive energy conduit. The persistence of these geometric patterns across such diverse cultures suggests a shared origin or a deeply ingrained understanding that transcended cultural diffusion. If these patterns are indeed legacies of orbital engineering, they provide tangible, albeit indirect, evidence for the existence of such advanced capabilities in our distant past. The subtle curves of a Roman aqueduct, the precise angles of a Gothic cathedral's rose window, the balanced proportions of an ancient Chinese pagoda, while seemingly diverse, they can all be traced back to a common lineage of geometric thought, a lineage that, in this alternative historical framework, originates from the very blueprints of celestial architecture. The significance of these geometric patterns extends beyond mere structural design. They were also likely used as conduits for information and energy. Ancient texts and traditions often speak of temples and sacred sites being aligned to capture specific celestial energies or to facilitate communication with higher realms. If these sites were designed using principles derived from orbital structures, then the geometry itself would have been functional in this regard. For example, specific arrangements of stone, precisely angled and proportioned, might have acted as passive receivers or transmitters of subtle energies, or as resonance chambers that amplified certain frequencies. The very act of building in accordance with these geometric blueprints would have been a way of recreating on a terrestrial scale the harmonious and functional principles that governed the grander orbital constructions. The discovery of geometric patterns in the most ancient and sophisticated human constructions, therefore, shifts from an observation of aesthetic similarity to a potential recognition of a shared, advanced technological heritage. The recurring appearance of the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, and the Platonic solids in sites of immense cultural and spiritual importance across the globe is not merely evidence of human ingenuity, but could be a powerful testament to the forgotten science of celestial architects. These geometric principles, embedded within the stone and spirit of our ancient world, may be the enduring whispers of a time when humanity, or its predecessors, looked to the stars not just to observe them, but to build within them, leaving behind an indelible geometric signature across the canvas of both sky and earth. The meticulous planning and execution of these terrestrial monuments, mirroring the precision of celestial mechanics, suggests a profound reverence for a cosmic order that was not just witnessed, but actively participated in and engineered. The night sky, as we perceive it today, is a familiar, almost comforting tableau of a single moon serenely traversing its orbit. Yet, the whispers from the ancient world, carried on the currents of myth and legend, often paint a different, more crowded celestial canvas. Tales of multiple moons, of celestial bodies that appeared and then vanished, are not isolated curiosities. They are recurring motifs that resonate across diverse cultures, from the sun baked plains of Mesopotamia to the mist shrouded valleys of ancient China. These are not mere poetic embellishments or cosmological blunders. They are compelling fragments that, when pieced together, suggest a past where Earth's heavens were not a natural accident, but a meticulously engineered design, perhaps populated by artificial celestial bodies that subsequently disappeared from our skies. Consider the Gaian texts, for instance, which speak of a time when two moons graced the night. These were not presented as mere celestial companions, but as entities with distinct roles, one associated with daylight and the other with the nocturnal hours. Such accounts are not easily dismissed as simple astronomical ignorance. In an era where astronomical observation was a cornerstone of societal structure, deeply intertwined with agriculture, navigation, and religious practice, attributing multiple moons to Earth suggests a fundamental divergence from our current understanding of planetary formation. The consistency of these dual moon narratives across cultures, despite vast geographical and temporal distances, points towards a shared, albeit obscured, memory. What if these weren't natural moons, but orbital constructs, deliberately placed and later removed or destroyed, leaving behind only the faintest echoes in our collective consciousness. The concept of vanished moons further deepens this enigma. Numerous ancient traditions hint at celestial bodies that once illuminated the night, only to disappear without a trace. These narratives are not confined to fanciful tales. They appear in the astronomical records and cosmological frameworks of various civilizations. In some traditions, these vanished moons are described as having been instrumental in the early development of civilization, perhaps even guiding the first inhabitants of Earth, or serving as colossal celestial markers. Their subsequent disappearance is often attributed to catastrophic events, cosmic shifts, or even the deliberate actions of divine or advanced entities. The notion of cosmic engineering, of celestial bodies being deliberately constructed and positioned, is indeed a leap of imagination. Yet, when confronted with the sheer scale and precision of ancient megastructures like the pyramids of Giza or the astronomical alignments of Stonehenge, or indeed the sophisticated calendrical systems of the Maya, we are compelled to consider possibilities beyond conventional explanations of human technological evolution. If ancient peoples possess the knowledge and ability to shape the Earth's surface with such monumental precision, is it entirely beyond the realm of possibility that some of them, or their progenitors, possess the capacity to influence or even manipulate celestial bodies? Imagine a scenario where Earth's early heavens were not left to the whims of natural accretion, but were actively curated. Perhaps a precursor civilization, possessing a mastery of physics and engineering far exceeding our own, intentionally placed artificial satellites around our planet. These might not have been mere moons in the conventional sense, but colossal structures serving a multitude of purposes. They could have been energy conduits, channeling power from the sun or other celestial sources. They might have acted as sophisticated atmospheric regulators, influencing climate patterns or even creating protective auroras. They could have been vast communication relays, facilitating instantaneous contact across immense distances, or perhaps even vast repositories of knowledge and genetic material, safeguarding life itself. The vanished moons could then be interpreted as the remnants or the forgotten history of these celestial engineering projects. The narratives of their disappearance might describe the deactivation, destruction, or deliberate removal of these artificial satellites. The catastrophic events often associated with their departure could signify the immense energy release involved in such an act, or the unforeseen consequences of a celestial system being dismantled. The consistent use of geometric principles, the very language of cosmic order, in the construction of terrestrial monuments, could be a direct inheritance from the blueprints of these orbital constructs. If the celestial architects designed their orbiting cities and energy arrays with the precision of the golden ratio and the Fibonacci sequence, it is logical that they would imbue their terrestrial legacies with the same fundamental principles. Let us delve deeper into the potential nature of these artificial celestial bodies. Consider the possibility of orbital rings, vast continuous structures encircling the Earth. These would not necessarily mimic the appearance of natural moons, but could have been designed for specific functional purposes. Their construction would require materials and energy sources far beyond our current capabilities, suggesting a technology that operated on principles we are only beginning to glimpse. The disappearance of such a structure could involve its disintegration, its deconstruction and removal to another location, or its transformation into something less visible, perhaps dispersed into subtle energy fields or suborbital matter. Another hypothetical form could be massive crystalline lattices suspended in orbit. These structures, resonating with specific frequencies, might have been used for energy transmission, communication, or even for manipulating gravity. Their disappearance could have been triggered by a shift in planetary resonant frequencies, a deliberate shutdown of the system, or an uncontrolled cascade failure that rendered them invisible or inert. The myths of celestial battles or cataclysms that often accompany tales of vanished moons could, in this context, represent the events surrounding the deactivation or destruction of these artificial constructs. The scientific and philosophical implications of such a past are staggering. It suggests that humanity, or its ancient predecessors, were not passive inhabitants of a naturally evolved planet, but active participants in a deliberately engineered cosmic environment. The recurring geometric patterns found in our most ancient structures would then be not just aesthetic choices or echoes of natural forms, but tangible remnants of the design principles used in building the heavens themselves. The Great Pyramid, with its proportions echoing the golden ratio, might have been a terrestrial echo of a colossal orbital energy conduit, its dimensions mirroring a vital parameter of the celestial engineering project. The Parthenon, a testament to harmonic proportions, could have reflected the underlying geometric stability required for structures orbiting in the void. The vanished moons then become critical pieces of this grand puzzle. If they were artificial, their absence implies a profound shift in Earth's cosmic context. What were the consequences of their removal? Did the climate change? Did communication methods alter? Did the very energetic or spiritual resonance of the planet undergo a significant transformation? The ancient texts that speak of golden ages preceding periods of decline or catastrophe might be recounting the effects of the dismantling of these celestial systems, the loss of a powerful energy source, the disruptions of a global communication network, or the alteration of atmospheric conditions could all be interpreted as consequences of these vanished moons. The question then arises, why would such advanced celestial engineering be undertaken, and why would these constructs be subsequently removed or destroyed? The reasons are as varied as the hypothetical functions. Perhaps the technology became obsolete. Perhaps the civilization that built them departed or perished. Perhaps the celestial system itself became unstable or posed a threat. Or perhaps, in a more cyclical view of cosmic history, these were temporary structures designed for a specific epoch and then intentionally retired as part of a larger cosmic plan. Consider the possibility that these artificial moons served as a form of celestial terraforming, creating the specific conditions for life to flourish on Earth. Their gradual removal or degradation might have been a necessary step in allowing natural evolutionary processes to unfold, or in transitioning Earth to a new phase of its planetary existence. The myths of a great flood or cataclysm that often accompany the Golden Age narratives could, in this framework, be symbolic representations of the profound environmental or energetic shifts that occurred with the disappearance of these celestial engineers' work. The continued study of ancient myths, astronomical records, and geometric patterns in megalithic structures becomes not just an exercise in understanding our past, but a potential pathway to rediscovering lost technologies and a forgotten cosmic history. The vanished moons are not merely quaint fables. They are crucial clues hinting at a period when the heavens themselves were subjects of colossal engineering projects. They suggest a past where Earth was an integral part of a deliberately constructed cosmic system, a system that, for reasons yet unknown, has largely vanished, leaving only fragmented memories etched in stone, in stories, and in the very proportions of our most ancient sacred spaces. The recurring geometric constants that bind these terrestrial monuments together might, in fact, be the residual signatures of the celestial architecture that once orbited our world, a profound testament to a time when humanity, or its predecessors, were not just observers of the cosmos, but its architects. The persistence of these vanished moon narratives, even in the absence of tangible astronomical evidence, suggests a deep seated cultural memory of a different scale. The cyclical nature of these stories, often involving periods of great advancement followed by catastrophe and loss, mirrors the potential life cycle of engineered celestial bodies. If a precursor civilization possessed the capability to construct and maintain artificial satellites, it is also plausible that they possess the means to dismantle or repurpose them. The disappearance could have been a controlled process, a deliberate phasing out of obsolete technology, or a strategic repositioning of vital assets. Consider the concept of resonant frequencies in the context of cosmic engineering. Natural celestial bodies, like our current moon, possess inherent resonant frequencies based on their mass, composition, and orbital dynamics. Artificial celestial bodies, however, could have been designed to resonate with specific planetary frequencies, perhaps to stabilize Earth's magnetic field, regulate its rotation, or even influence its geological activity. The vanished moons might represent an instance where these resonant frequencies shifted, either naturally or through intervention, leading to the deactivation or disintegration of the artificial constructs. The ancient accounts of celestial upheavals might therefore be indirect references to a cosmic scale resonance cascade or a deliberate recalibration of Earth's energetic environment. The idea of artificial celestial bodies also opens up possibilities for understanding ancient cosmologies that seem divorced from our current astronomical models. If these early cultures were interacting with, or were descendants of a civilization that interacted with engineered celestial bodies, their cosmological frameworks would naturally reflect this reality. Their myths and cosmologies might be direct, albeit symbolic, interpretations of the functions and behaviors of these artificial moons, their cycles, their perceived influences, and their eventual disappearance. The intricate astronomical calculations of cultures like the Maya, for instance, which often seem to extend far beyond practical necessity for terrestrial observation, could be a legacy of a time when the charting of artificial celestial bodies was paramount. Furthermore, the vanished moons could be linked to theories of ancient advanced propulsion systems. If these were artificial constructs, they must have been placed and maintained. This implies a mastery of space travel and propulsion that dwarfs our current capabilities. The disappearance could then be understood as the removal of these craft, perhaps for maintenance, redeployment, or even as part of a grand exodus by the civilization that created them. The myths of celestial beings departing the earth, leaving humanity to fend for itself, might be echoes of these events. The very concept of engineering the heavens implies a profound understanding of physics, gravity, and potentially even dimensions beyond our current perception. If precursor civilizations could build and position massive objects in orbit, they would have had to contend with forces and principles that are still largely theoretical for us. The geometric precision observed in ancient sites, therefore, could be the terrestrial translation of principles essential for manipulating such cosmic forces. The perfect right angles, the precise curves, the harmonious ratios, these might not have been mere aesthetic choices, but critical elements in the structural integrity and operational functionality of celestial machinery. The narratives of vanished moons are compelling precisely because they defy easy explanation through conventional astronomical or historical paradigms. They force us to consider alternatives, to question our assumptions about the natural evolution of our planet and its celestial environment. If these accounts are indeed fragments of a lost history, they speak of a past vastly different from our present, a past where the very fabric of the heavens was subject to deliberate design and monumental intervention. The geometric signatures left behind in our ancient monuments serve as tangible, albeit enigmatic, evidence of this extraordinary heritage, a heritage that whispers of artificial moons and the cosmic engineers who once shaped our sky. The implications for our understanding of human potential, technological advancement, and our place in the universe are profound, urging us to look at the night sky not just as a natural spectacle, but as a canvas that may have once been painted with the deliberate hand of cosmic artistry, and then perhaps was meticulously erased. The heavens, as depicted in the fragmented lore of antiquity, were not merely a passive backdrop to human existence, but an active, even dynamic participant in shaping our world. The recurring imagery of celestial bodies possessing agency, influencing destinies, and even engaging in cosmic dramas points not just to anthropomorphism, but perhaps to an understanding of complex, engineered systems. When we consider the sheer scale and precision implied by the vanished moons hypothesis, a crucial question arises. What was their purpose? Were these colossal entities simply passive reflectors of light? Or did they serve more active, functional roles within a sophisticated, ancient cosmic architecture? One compelling avenue of speculation centers on the idea of these celestial bodies as gateways or conduits. The concept of a gateway evokes images of portals, passages, or thresholds, points of transition between different realms or states of being. In many ancient mythologies, celestial deities and heroes would traverse the heavens, embarking on journeys that shaped the terrestrial world. If the vanished moons were artificial constructs, their design might have incorporated features that facilitated such cosmic transit. Imagine massive orbital structures, perhaps not solid spheres, but intricate lattices or resonating fields capable of opening temporary pathways through space-time. These pathways could have allowed for instantaneous travel between distant locations on Earth, or even between Earth and other celestial bodies. Such a capability would profoundly alter our understanding of ancient civilizations' reach and capabilities, suggesting a level of interplanetary or even interdimensional interaction far beyond our current comprehension. Consider the possibility that these structures were not merely for physical transit, but for the transmission of information or energy. The myths often speak of divine pronouncements or cosmic energies descending from the heavens. If the vanished moons were sophisticated technological artifacts, they could have functioned as colossal broadcasting stations, transmitting data, knowledge, or vital energies across the planet. This would explain why certain ancient cultures possessed seemingly advanced astronomical knowledge or sophisticated calendrical systems. They might have been directly receiving or interpreting information transmitted by these orbital systems. The disappearance of these moons would then represent the cessation of this cosmic communication network, leading to a decline in knowledge or a shift in humanity's energetic connection to the cosmos. Furthermore, the idea of these structures as lenses offers another tantalizing functional interpretation. The term lens implies a focusing mechanism, something that gathers, directs, or modifies light or energy. If the vanished moons were vast, engineered optics, they could have served a multitude of purposes related to the manipulation of Earth's environment. Perhaps they were designed to focus solar energy onto specific regions of the planet, creating controlled microclimates for agriculture or powering unknown technologies. This could explain the seemingly impossible feats of ancient agriculture or the creation of lush environments in otherwise arid regions described in some historical accounts. The lenses could also have functioned as observational tools of unprecedented power. Imagine structures capable of magnifying distant celestial phenomena, allowing ancient astronomers to map the cosmos with incredible detail. This would account for the sophisticated astronomical observations recorded by various ancient cultures, many of which align with modern calculations with astonishing accuracy. It is plausible that these were not the result of purely unaided observation, but of instruments that transcended anything we possess today. The disappearance of these lenses would have plunged humanity back into a less informed, more limited observational state, necessitating the painstaking development of our current astronomical methods. The deliberate manipulation of light itself is another potential function. Ancient cultures often attributed great significance to light and shadow, using them in rituals and architectural designs. If the vanished moons were precisely engineered to refract, reflect, or even generate specific wavelengths of light, they could have been used to create atmospheric phenomena, control solar radiation, or even influence biological processes. Some interpretations of ancient texts suggest periods of altered illumination or strange atmospheric effects, which could be explained by the controlled operation of such celestial lenses. These might have been used for everything from generating powerful auroras for ritualistic purposes to shielding the planet from harmful cosmic radiation, thus facilitating the development of life as we know it. The connection between these hypothesized celestial artifacts and the roles of deities in ancient mythologies becomes increasingly pertinent when considering their potential functions. Many gods and goddesses were associated with the sun, the moon, the stars, and the very cycles of nature. These associations may not be mere metaphors, but rather symbolic representations of the activities and influences of these engineered celestial bodies. For example, A sun god who brings warmth and light might correspond to an orbital lens that focused solar energy, while a moon deity associated with tides and nocturnal cycles could represent a vanished moon that exerted gravitational or energetic influences. Consider the concept of a veil or a shield that these structures might have provided. Earth's atmosphere, while protective, is still exposed to the harshness of space. If the vanished moons were colossal structures designed to filter cosmic radiation, regulate atmospheric pressure, or even deflect meteoroids, their existence would have created a more stable and benign environment for early life. Their subsequent disappearance could then be linked to catastrophic events that marked transitions in Earth's history, perhaps signifying a period when the planet was deliberately left to face the raw forces of the cosmos. This would lend a cosmic engineering perspective to narratives of creation and destruction, where the gods are, in fact, the architects and engineers who created and later removed these vital planetary shields. The notion of these structures as colossal energy accumulators or transmitters also warrants deep consideration. Ancient sites often exhibit alignments and features that suggest a sophisticated understanding of energy flow, whether it be solar, magnetic, or something more esoteric. If the vanished moons were part of a global energy grid, harnessing power from the sun or other cosmic sources and distributing it to Earth, their presence would have enabled civilizations to achieve feats far beyond what we deem possible with their presumed technological level. The disappearance of such a power source could explain periods of decline or the abandonment of sophisticated constructions, as the energy required to maintain them was no longer available. In this light, the intricate geometric patterns found in megalithic structures across the globe take on new meaning. These are not merely aesthetic choices or cosmological representations, but potentially the terrestrial anchors or resonant components of a much larger, skybound technological system. The precise alignments of pyramids with cardinal directions or solstices, the harmonic ratios in temple designs, these could be echoes of the blueprints used to construct and maintain orbital machinery. If a celestial lens was designed to focus light with a specific geometric precision, it is logical that its terrestrial counterparts would mirror those principles, perhaps to ensure synchronized operation or to establish energetic resonance. The question of why such advanced celestial engineering would be undertaken and subsequently dismantled is as complex as the hypothesis itself. One possibility is that these were temporary measures, part of a grand plan to prepare Earth for life or to guide its early development. Once a certain stage was reached, the engineered systems might have been intentionally removed to allow natural evolutionary processes to proceed unimpeded, or to transition Earth into a different phase of its planetary existence. The narratives of a golden age, followed by a descent into a more challenging era, could then be interpreted as the consequences of these deliberate removals. Another angle considers the potential for these celestial constructs to have been adaptive technologies, responding to evolving needs or cosmic conditions. If the early Earth faced particular environmental challenges, such as intense solar radiation or unstable atmospheric conditions, these engineered moons would have served as essential life support systems. As the planet stabilized and life evolved greater resilience, the need for these extensive interventions might have diminished, leading to their deactivation or repurposing. The stories of celestial beings departing or withdrawing their favor could be allegorical accounts of these systems being phased out. The very notion of gateway can be expanded beyond physical transit. Perhaps these were gateways to consciousness, facilitating altered states of awareness or telepathic communication. In this context, the vanished moons might have acted as cosmic tuning forks, resonating with the human brain to enhance cognitive abilities or to connect individuals to a collective consciousness. The myths of ancient shamans or prophets receiving divine inspiration from the heavens could be interpreted as the residual effects of such technologically induced altered states. Their disappearance would then mark a regression in collective consciousness or a loss of access to higher forms of knowledge. The sheer ambition implied by the hypothesis of vanished moons as functional artifacts challenges our most fundamental assumptions about Earth's history and our place in the universe. If these were indeed engineered entities, their purpose was likely multifaceted, serving roles that ranged from environmental regulation and energy provision to communication and possibly even the direct guidance of consciousness. The enduring echoes of these possibilities, however fragmented in ancient myths and megalithic sites, compel us to look beyond conventional explanations. They suggest a past where the heavens were not simply observed, but actively shaped, a past where humanity, or its predecessors, possessed the knowledge and the power to engineer their own cosmic environment, and in doing so, left behind enigmas etched not only in stone, but in the very fabric of our celestial heritage. The persistent geometry in our ancient monuments, often described as sacred or divinely inspired, might just be the faint but undeniable blueprints of the celestial mechanisms that once orbited our world, guiding its destiny and shaping the very possibility of our existence. They were not just adornments in the sky, but vital components of a grand cosmic apparatus, the true purpose of which we are only beginning to contemplate. The profound silence that now greets our gaze into the night sky, punctuated only by the distant pinpricks of stars and the solitary familiar face of our moon, is a silence that speaks volumes. It is a silence born of absence, a void where something immense and undeniably present once resided. To entertain the possibility that this celestial emptiness is not a primordial state, but rather the consequence of deliberate removal, is to step into a paradigm shift of historical interpretation. The ancients, in their fragmented whispers and enduring stone monuments, seem to have grappled with this very notion. A sky that was once populated, animated, and perhaps even engineered before being deliberately emptied. Consider the ubiquitous theme of cosmic departure or withdrawal that permeates so many creation myths and ancient cosmologies. These are not simply poetic metaphors for the setting sun or the changing seasons. They often describe a tangible cessation of celestial activity, a withdrawal of presence that left the world fundamentally altered. If we interpret these narratives through the lens of advanced, non-natural celestial phenomena, such as the hypothesized engineered moons, this departure takes on a chillingly literal dimension. It suggests a conscious, strategic dismantling of orbital infrastructure, leaving behind a sky that, while aesthetically pleasing, is functionally inert compared to its former glory. The very concept of the empty sky then becomes not a testament to natural order, but a monument to a grand cosmic intervention that has since been systematically dismantled. The evidence for this emptiness is paradoxically all around us. It is in the sheer scale of the structures we see in the heavens, contrasted with the implied capabilities of ancient peoples. We are left to reconcile the possibility of advanced celestial engineering with the seemingly rudimentary technologies attributed to our ancestors. This disconnect is bridged by the idea of a lost epoch, a period where a different order prevailed, an order that has since been intentionally erased. The silence is the echo of that erased order. What was once a vibrant, dynamic celestial theater, teeming with activity and purpose, has been reduced to a quiet, predictable, and by comparison, less significant domain. The recurring motif of the sky gods, who once walked among mortals, or who directly intervened in earthly affairs, can be seen as a sophisticated form of allegory for the presence and operation of these engineered celestial bodies. When these divine patrons departed, as many myths recount, it was not merely a spiritual absence, but a tangible cessation of influence. This influence, when we consider the potential functions of the vanished moons as energy conduits, atmospheric regulators, or information broadcasters, would have been profoundly felt in the daily lives and capabilities of ancient societies. Their withdrawal would have marked a literal dimming of the world, a loss of access to resources and knowledge that were once readily available from above. The deliberate engineering of the heavens implies a profound understanding of physics, astronomy, and perhaps even forces beyond our current scientific grasp. If these celestial artifacts were systematically removed, the question of why becomes paramount. Was it a planned obsolescence, a transition to a new phase of Earth's development where such direct intervention was no longer necessary? Or was it a consequence of some cataclysm, either internal or external, that necessitated the decommissioning of these systems? The resulting empty sky could then be seen as the legacy of such an event, a stark reminder of a power that was once wielded and then deliberately relinquished. Consider the concept of cosmic scaffolding, the idea that these engineered moons were integral to the very formation and stabilization of Earth's environment. They might have been necessary for the initial genesis of life, for the regulations of planetary rotation, or for shielding the nascent biosphere from the harshness of the early solar system. Once Earth reached a certain threshold of self-sufficiency, the scaffolding could have been retracted, leaving the planet to develop according to its own emergent biological and geological principles. The empty sky then becomes the natural post-scaffolding state, a testament to the success of the initial engineered phase of planetary development. The silence is the sound of that scaffolding being carefully, deliberately, and silently removed. The enduring mystery of the megalithic structures, with their uncanny alignments and precise geometries, gains an added layer of poignancy in this context. If these terrestrial constructions were indeed ground-based components or anchors for the orbital machinery, their abandonment and subsequent decay would coincide with the dismantling of the sky-based systems. The empty sky is thus mirrored by the silent stones, both bearing witness to a history of monumental, sky-altering endeavors that have long since ceased. The emptiness above and the stillness below are the intertwined legacies of a forgotten era of cosmic engineering. The narrative of a golden age, followed by a decline, a common thread in ancient traditions, can be reinterpreted not as a purely societal or spiritual regression, but as a direct consequence of the removal of these celestial technological supports. The abundance, knowledge, and capabilities attributed to these mythical golden ages might have been directly facilitated by the active presence of the vanished moons. Their departure would have inevitably led to a period of readjustment, a struggle to adapt to a world without the constant, subtle, yet powerful influence of these orbital intelligences. The empty sky is the stark reality that replaced that abundance. Furthermore, the very nature of observation changes in an empty sky. Without the complex interplay of engineered light, gravitational influences, or even direct energetic transmissions from orbital artifacts, humanity's perception of the cosmos would naturally become more limited, more reliant on direct, unaided sensory input. The scientific and philosophical inquiries that followed might be seen as humanity's attempt to re understand a universe that had been intentionally simplified to decipher the residual clues left behind by a departed celestial civilization. The empty sky forced a new way of looking, a new way of questioning. The potential for these engineered moons to have been dynamic, even sentient, entities cannot be entirely discounted. If they were not merely passive machines, but active participants in a cosmic ballet, their withdrawal would represent a departure of cosmic agents. The silence of the empty sky is then the silence of their absence, a profound shift in the very consciousness of the planet. It is the silence of creators who have packed up their tools and departed, leaving their creation to navigate its own destiny. The transition from a sky filled with purpose built celestial bodies to our current, seemingly natural cosmos implies a profound act of cosmic stewardship, or perhaps even of cosmic abandonment. The deliberate act of emptying the sky suggests a monumental decision to allow Earth to mature, to test its own resilience, or to prepare it for a different kind of interaction with the wider universe. The empty sky is the canvas upon which this new chapter of Earth's story was to be written, a canvas deliberately cleared of its former, more complex, celestial artistry. The silence is not an accident, it is a statement. The careful, methodical removal of these hypothesized structures points to a level of technological sophistication that is staggering to contemplate. It suggests not only the ability to construct and maintain celestial bodies, but also the capacity for their equally deliberate and precise disassembly. The empty sky is the result of a grand cosmic engineering project that was not only initiated, but also meticulously concluded. The silence is the sound of the last component being safely lowered, the final signal being silenced, leaving behind only the vast, silent expanse that we now perceive as natural. This perspective forces us to reconsider the very definition of natural. If the current celestial order is the result of a deliberate intervention and subsequent withdrawal, then the distinction between the natural and the artificial becomes blurred, perhaps even irrelevant. The empty sky is, in essence, an artificial state achieved through deliberate, artificial means. The silence that permeates it is the silence of a meticulously curated environment, a carefully orchestrated absence. The enduring fascination with the stars, the persistent human drive to explore the cosmos, might be an unconscious echo of that lost era of active celestial engagement. We look up at the seemingly empty sky, perhaps searching for remnants of what once was, or sensing on a primal level that the silence is not entirely natural. The vastness of the void is a constant reminder of a history that is not written in our textbooks, but etched in the very fabric of the heavens, a history of a sky that was once full and has since been deliberately emptied. The case of the empty sky is not about the absence of evidence, but about the profound implications of an absence that is so all encompassing, so complete, that it has convinced us of its naturalness. Yet, the lingering questions, the persistent anomalies in our ancient records, whisper a different story, a story of celestial architects who filled our sky and then, for reasons yet unknown, chose to empty it. The prevailing narrative of our planet's past, meticulously constructed from archaeological digs and fossil records, paints a picture of gradual, often brutal, ascent. Humanity, or its precursors, are depicted as slowly emerging from primitive states, their technological prowess evolving at a pace that, while impressive, seems almost painstakingly slow when viewed against the vastness of cosmic timescales. Yet, this established trajectory leaves a curious void, an echo of a potential epic that has been largely written out of our collective memory. This is the epic of the lost civilization, or perhaps more accurately, the lost era of cosmic engagement, a time when the heavens above us were not the silent, indifferent expanse we perceive today, but a canvas of deliberate, engineered artistry. To consider the possibility of a lost epic is to acknowledge that our current understanding of prehistory is not a definitive, all encompassing record, but rather a selective compilation. It is a history that has been filtered through the lens of what we deem plausible, what we have managed to excavate, and what has survived the ravages of time and intentional erasure. Within this framework, a period of advanced, possibly non human, or incredibly early advanced human technological sophistication, one capable of manipulating celestial bodies, could have existed, leaving behind faint but persistent traces that we have consistently misinterpreted. These traces are not necessarily found in the form of discarded tools or shattered pottery, but in the very architecture of our solar system, in the resonant frequencies of myths, and in the uncanny precision of ancient megaliths. The sheer audacity of the hypothesis that our skies were once populated with engineered celestial bodies, intentionally constructed and maintained, necessitates a reevaluation of what constitutes as evidence. If such an epic existed, its primary legacy might not be tangible artifacts in the traditional sense, but rather the absence of what was, a deliberate emptiness that has become our default reality. The meticulous, almost surgical removal of these hypothesized orbital structures would have been an undertaking of such magnitude that its very success lies in its near total erasure. It is a testament to the sophisticated nature of this lost era that its conclusion was not marked by a catastrophic collapse, but by a quiet, deliberate decommissioning, leaving behind a sky that appears natural because it has been so thoroughly cleansed of its previous, unnatural inhabitants. The cultural and psychological impact of this potential amnesia is profound. Why would such monumental achievements, such a defining chapter in Earth's cosmic history, be so thoroughly erased or relegated to the realm of myth and legend? The answer likely lies in the very nature of the lost epic itself. If the engineered celestial bodies were integral to the early development of life, or if their presence dictated a societal structure vastly different from our own, their removal might have necessitated a fundamental reorientation of human consciousness. The subsequent narrative of our development would have to be rewritten, emphasizing organic growth and natural progression, thereby sanitizing the memory of an era characterized by advanced, external, and perhaps alien intervention. Consider the pervasive theme of divine withdrawal that permeates so many ancient traditions. The gods, having walked among humans, eventually ascended or departed, leaving humanity to its own devices. In the context of a lost epic, these gods could be interpreted as the architects or custodians of the engineered celestial bodies. Their departure would not have been a spiritual or metaphorical event, but a literal and technological one. The leaving behind would be the consequence of a planned obsolescence, a handover of planetary stewardship from a highly advanced intelligence to a nascent but potentially capable terrestrial species. This transition would necessitate a narrative that justified the absence, framing it as a natural progression, a necessary step in the maturation of a world. The psychological burden of remembering such an epic might also have played a role in its suppression. Imagine a civilization that was entirely dependent on the constant, subtle, yet powerful influence of orbital constructs. Their lives, their understanding of reality, their very physiology might have been intertwined with these celestial systems. The sudden removal of such pervasive support for energy, for atmospheric stability, for information transmission, or even for gravitational equilibrium would have plunged humanity into a period of immense disruption. To then acknowledge that this dependence was the result of deliberate engineering rather than a natural state would be a profound blow to their sense of autonomy and their understanding of their place in the cosmos. It would be far easier, psychologically, to embrace a narrative of self made progress, however arduous, than to grapple with the reality of a lost era of profound and then abruptly withdrawn external support. This cultural amnesia is not necessarily a deliberate conspiratorial act by a select few. It is more likely a complex interplay of factors, a genuine loss of knowledge due to societal collapse or transformative events, a pragmatic need to reframe history for survival and progress, and a natural human tendency to forget or mythologize events that defy easy comprehension. The sheer scale of the original undertaking, the creation and maintenance of artificial celestial bodies, would have required technologies far beyond our current understanding. The subsequent dismantling would have been equally, if not more, advanced. The memory of such capabilities, if not actively preserved through a continuous lineage of knowledge, would inevitably fade, becoming the stuff of legends, of impossibly powerful beings, and otherworldly events. The myths of creation, in many cultures, speak of a time when the heavens were different, when celestial bodies were closer, brighter, or possessed different characteristics. These are often dismissed as poetic embellishments or early, flawed attempts to explain natural phenomena. However, If viewed through the lens of a lost epic of engineered skies, these narratives gain a literal dimension. They become fragmented recollections of a time when the moon might have been a different size or luminosity, when the stars might have been more than just distant points of light, perhaps acting as nodes in a vast celestial network. The emptying of the sky, in this interpretation, was a deliberate act of celestial downsizing, a recalibration of Earth's cosmic environment. The very concept of lost implies something that was once present and is now missing. In the context of our skies, this lost element refers to the sophisticated artificial components that we hypothesize once populated our celestial sphere. The epoch refers to the period during which these components were active, a time that predates our current understanding of Earth's history. This lost epoch is not a chapter that was simply overlooked. It is a chapter that may have been actively expunged from the historical record, a necessary act of cosmic revisionism. The reasons for such an erasure are multifaceted. Perhaps the sheer power and influence wielded by the intelligences responsible for the engineered skies became unsustainable or undesirable. Maybe Earth was deemed ready to embark on its own independent journey, free from direct celestial guidance or support. Or it's conceivable that the engineered celestial bodies served a specific, time bound purpose, such as facilitating the initial development of life or acting as planetary shields during a volatile period of the solar system's formation, and were then decommissioned once their function was complete. Whatever the specific cause, the effect was a radical alteration of Earth's cosmic milieu, a transition from a richly interactive celestial environment to the relatively passive cosmos we observe today. The psychological impact of forgetting such a significant part of our past cannot be overstated. It creates a fundamental disconnect between our innate, perhaps ancestral, yearning for cosmic connection and the seemingly indifferent reality of our current sky. We are left with a deep seated, often unconscious sense of longing, a feeling that something vital is missing, that the universe should be more responsive, more alive than it appears. This longing is the echo of the lost epoch, a vestige of a time when the heavens were a dynamic, integral part of Earth's existence, rather than a distant backdrop. The persistence of astronomical anomalies, of unexplained phenomena in ancient records, and of recurring motifs of celestial intervention across diverse cultures all point towards the possibility of this forgotten era. These are not mere coincidences or cultural diffusion. They are the faint signals of a monumental past that has been systematically overwritten. The lost epoch is not just a historical hypothesis. It is a framework for understanding the profound silence that greets us when we look towards the stars, a silence that speaks not of an absence of history, but of a history that has been deliberately and perhaps necessarily emptied. The cultural amnesia surrounding this lost epoch is particularly potent because it affects our very understanding of our place in the universe. If our ancestors, or even earlier intelligences, possess the capability to engineer celestial bodies, then humanity's trajectory is not one of isolated organic development. Instead, it suggests a history of involvement, perhaps guidance, from a far more advanced civilization. The erasure of this knowledge forces us to view our existence as an accidental, unassisted emergence, rather than as a potentially curated or influenced unfolding. This redefinition of our origins has profound implications for our self perception and our future aspirations. The difficulty in retaining such knowledge over millennia is also a significant factor. Consider the fragility of oral traditions, the limitations of early writing systems, and the catastrophic impact of societal collapses. A civilization that achieved such a high level of cosmic engineering would likely have had a correspondingly advanced system for knowledge preservation. However, if that system was disrupted, or if the nature of the dismantling itself involved the suppression of knowledge about the engineered bodies, then the information would inevitably degrade, becoming fragmented, allegorical, and eventually mythical. The transition from sophisticated astronomical engineering to the creation of star myths is a plausible, albeit tragic, narrative of knowledge loss. The psychological resonance of a lost epic also extends to our innate drive for exploration and understanding. Why are we so drawn to the stars, so compelled to reach beyond our own planet? Is it merely curiosity, or is it an echo of a time when the stars were not distant, but intimately connected to Earth? The persistence of space exploration, the ongoing search for extraterrestrial life, could be interpreted as a subliminal attempt to reconnect with a forgotten past, to find evidence of the intelligences that once shaped our celestial environment. The emptiness of our current sky might be perceived on a primal level as a temporary state, a lull before a cosmic reawakening. Furthermore, the very definition of ancient becomes blurred when we consider the possibility of a technologically advanced civilization predating our accepted timelines. Our archaeological methods and dating techniques are based on the assumption of gradual technological evolution. If a civilization possessed the means to manipulate celestial bodies, their terrestrial settlements and artifacts, if any, might be vastly different from what we expect, or they might have been deliberately concealed or integrated into natural formations in ways that elude our current detection methods. The lost epic challenges the very foundations of how we excavate and interpret the past. The amnesia regarding this epic is not necessarily a void of information, but rather a perversion of it. The myths and legends that speak of sky gods, of celestial journeys, and of cosmic battles could be distorted reflections of actual events and technologies. The cyclical nature of some mythologies, with periods of divine presence followed by absence, aligns uncannily with the hypothesis of engineered celestial bodies being installed, operated, and then removed. The challenge lies in deciphering these distorted echoes, in recognizing the technological kernels within the mythological narratives. This perspective forces us to confront a deeply unsettling question. If such a magnificent period of cosmic engineering and interaction existed and was subsequently erased, what does that say about the nature of consciousness and civilization? Was the erasure a consequence of inherent flaws in the advanced civilization itself, a self inflicted wound that led to its decline or departure? Or was it a benevolent act, a decision made to allow Earth to mature independently, unburdened by the overwhelming presence of its creators? The nature of this lost epic is inextricably linked to questions of cosmic responsibility and the ethics of advanced intervention. The very act of theorizing about a lost epoch of celestial engineering is in itself a response to the anomalies in our current understanding. It is an attempt to fill the void, to explain the lingering questions that arise when we compare the supposed limitations of ancient peoples with the monumental structures and seemingly advanced astronomical knowledge hinted at in their myths and artifacts. This chapter aims to explore the contours of this missing period, to understand why its memory might have been suppressed, and to consider the profound implications of its potential legacy, the deliberately emptied sky that surrounds us. It is an invitation to look beyond the established narrative, to acknowledge the resonance of absence, and to consider that the silence above might be the most profound testament to a history that was, and then deliberately was not. The impact of this potential lost epoch on our understanding of human potential is also immense. If advanced celestial engineering was once a reality, it suggests that the capabilities of intelligent beings are far broader than we currently comprehend. It implies that humanity, or its predecessors, might have once possessed or interacted with technologies that transcended our current scientific paradigms. The subsequent descent into a perceived natural state, devoid of such overt cosmic interaction, raises questions about progress, evolution, and the very definition of civilization. Were there eras of ascendancy and decline, not just in human societies, but in Earth's cosmic engagement? The cultural significance of this amnesia is amplified by the fact that our relationship with the skies has always been deeply ingrained in our sense of identity and spirituality. The stars have served as calendars, as navigational aids, as sources of mythology and religious inspiration. To suggest that this relationship was once mediated by sophisticated artificial constructs is to fundamentally reframe our most ancient spiritual and scientific endeavors. The emptying of the sky, in this context, could be seen as a deliberate act of severing a connection, of disconnecting Earth from a higher or more advanced cosmic order, forcing a new, more self reliant path of development. The evidence for such a lost epoch might also be subtly embedded in the very fabric of our mathematics and geometry. The uncanny precision of megalithic alignments, the seemingly innate understanding of complex geometric principles found in ancient art and architecture, could be residual echoes of a time when these principles were applied on a cosmic scale. The knowledge required to engineer celestial bodies would have necessitated a profound mastery of mathematics, physics, and engineering. If this knowledge was once present, even in a diluted form, its lingering influence might be detectable in the enduring patterns of human thought and creativity. Furthermore, the widespread presence of flood myths and cataclysmic narratives across diverse cultures could be reinterpreted in light of this hypothesis. While often explained by geological events or shared ancestral memories of natural disasters, these stories could also be symbolic representations of the transition away from the lost epic. The drowning or cleansing of the world might represent the severing of the connection to the celestial engineers, a cosmic reset that necessitated the forgetting of what came before. The water, often a symbol of primordial chaos or transformation, could represent the state of flux as Earth adjusted to its new, emptier celestial environment. The psychological weight of this potential historical void is undeniable. It leaves humanity with a sense of being adrift, of having emerged from a cosmic vacuum rather than from a rich, interconnected past. This lack of a clear, cosmic lineage can contribute to feelings of existential isolation and a constant, often subconscious, search for meaning and connection beyond our terrestrial sphere. The Lost Epic offers a compelling, albeit speculative, narrative that could re anchor humanity within a grander cosmic context, one that acknowledges a history of interaction and intentionality. The gradual, almost imperceptible nature of the sky's transformation from a potentially engineered state to its current appearance is crucial to understanding why this epic might have been so thoroughly forgotten. Unlike a sudden, cataclysmic event that leaves undeniable scars, the dismantling of celestial artifacts could have been a drawn out process spanning centuries or even millennia. This gradualness would have allowed for the slow adaptation of life and consciousness, facilitating a seamless transition that masked the true nature of the changes. The emptying was not an abrupt abandonment, but a carefully managed decommissioning designed to minimize disruption and, crucially, to facilitate forgetting. The cultural and psychological impact of this amnesia is therefore not simply the absence of knowledge, but the active construction of an alternative reality. By emphasizing natural processes, gradual evolution, and self reliance, our historical narratives have inadvertently created a paradigm where such advanced, pre human, or early human cosmic engineering appears not just improbable, but fundamentally impossible. This self imposed limitation on our historical imagination is a testament to the effectiveness of the erasure, a successful redefinition of reality that has rendered the memory of the lost epic almost unthinkable. The persistent human fascination with the heavens, the enduring drive to explore the cosmos, might be a primal instinct deeply rooted in the memory of this lost era. It's a subconscious recognition that the universe is not merely a passive expanse, but a realm with a history that in our case involved direct and profound engagement. The lost epoch suggests that our current cosmic silence is not a natural state of being, but a carefully curated absence, a historical artifact in itself, waiting to be rediscovered and understood. The challenge remains in deciphering the faint whispers of this forgotten past, in recognizing that the most significant legacies are sometimes found not in what is present, but in what has been deliberately removed. The tapestry of our night sky, as we know it, is a masterpiece of natural celestial mechanics. The silent ballet of planets, the steady glow of distant suns, the majestic arc of our moon. Yet, if we dare to peer beyond the accepted narrative, if we allow ourselves to imagine the audacious proposition of a lost epic, this familiar celestial canvas transforms into something far more intricate, far more deliberately crafted. This section endeavors to reconstruct that altered cosmos, to paint a picture of a sky that was not merely observed, but actively and perhaps artistically engineered. Imagine then a firmament populated not solely by the predictable dance of celestial bodies governed by gravity alone. Instead, envision a system where colossal, artificial constructs intermingled with the natural order. These were not mere satellites or space stations as we conceive them, but structures of unimaginable scale, designed for purposes that now elude our direct comprehension. They might have been vast crystalline lattices that amplified or redirected stellar energies, immense orreries that subtly influenced planetary orbits, or perhaps even colossal bioluminescent spheres that pulsed with an internal artificial life, casting an otherworldly glow upon the nascent Earth. The moon, as we see it, a solitary pockmarked sphere, might have been part of a more complex system. Perhaps it was accompanied by smaller, companion bodies, artificial moons that orbited in precise, synchronized patterns, their movements meticulously choreographed to generate specific gravitational tides or to broadcast resonant frequencies across the planet. These lunar adjuncts could have been crafted from materials unknown to us, possessing surfaces that shimmered with iridescent light or absorbed and re emitted stellar radiation in intricate sequences. Their purpose might have been to stabilize Earth's axial tilt, to regulate its rotation, or even to act as vast data storage units, their surfaces encoded with patterns of light and shadow that held millennia of cosmic knowledge. The stars themselves, while undoubtedly natural phenomena, might have been perceived and interacted with in ways that transcended simple observation. Ancient cultures often spoke of the stars as living entities, as pathways, or as celestial cities. In this reconstructed sky, these myths might hold a more literal truth. Imagine the constellations not as accidental groupings of stars, but as deliberately illuminated markers, designed as cosmic waypoints or as components of a vast, interconnected network. Perhaps certain stars were artificially enhanced, their brightness modulated, or their spectral signatures altered to convey specific information, their patterns forming a language spoken across the interstellar void. Consider the planets. Their orbits, their phases, their very visibility might have been subject to deliberate manipulation. Were the familiar planets of our solar system the only celestial bodies gracing our skies? Or were there other, less conspicuous, artificial bodies that served specific integrated roles within this engineered system? Perhaps rings of light, composed of finely dispersed particles or energy fields, encircled planets at specific altitudes, not for aesthetic reasons, but to modulate the planetary atmosphere or to facilitate energy transfer. The banded clouds of Jupiter, the rings of Saturn, could these have been partially or wholly natural, or did they represent the visible manifestation of immense, planet spanning engineering projects? The geometry that so fascinated ancient civilizations, the sacred proportions, the perfect forms, the underlying mathematical harmony of the universe, might have found its ultimate expression in this engineered sky. The orbital paths of these artificial bodies could have traced out divine geometries in the heavens, their movements a constant silent sermon on cosmic order. Imagine colossal structures orbiting Earth in perfect dodecahedral or icosahedral formations, their positions calculated to create nodes of energetic convergence or to manifest specific harmonic frequencies. These were not merely celestial bodies, they were living embodiments of mathematical principles, a testament to an intelligence that understood the universe at its most fundamental level. The very concept of light pollution takes on an entirely new meaning in this context. Instead of the artificial glow of terrestrial cities obscuring the stars, imagine a sky that was intentionally illuminated, not with harsh, unmodulated light, but with subtle, nuanced luminescence. Certain regions of the sky might have been perpetually aglow with the diffused light of artificial suns or energy conduits, while others remained in the profound darkness of natural space, creating a dynamic interplay of light and shadow that served its own inscrutable purposes. The Milky Way, that luminous band across our night sky, could have been a more pronounced, perhaps even artificially amplified phenomenon, a cosmic highway or a channel of immense energy. The sheer scale of such an undertaking is almost impossible for our modern minds to grasp. It implies an understanding of physics and engineering that far surpasses our own, a command over matter and energy that borders on the divine. These were not fleeting experiments, but enduring systems, maintained over epochs, suggesting a civilization with a long term vision and an almost inexhaustible capacity for creation. The absence of such grand structures today, the emptied sky, speaks to the profound effectiveness of their removal, a success so complete that it has rendered the original state almost unthinkable. The silence of our current night sky, often perceived as a symbol of cosmic indifference, might in this reimagined past have been a silence of absence, a void left by the deliberate decommissioning of a magnificent interactive celestial apparatus. The very familiarity of our sky, its apparent naturalness, is perhaps the greatest testament to the power of this historical erasure. We look up and see only nature, because the artifice that once defined it has been so meticulously, so effectively removed. To visualize this altered cosmos is to engage in an act of profound imaginative empathy. It requires us to set aside our ingrained assumptions about the universe and to embrace the possibility that our perception of reality has been shaped by a deliberate historical pruning. The evidence, fragmented and often misinterpreted, might lie in the recurring motifs in ancient mythologies, in the inexplicable precision of megalithic alignments, and in the lingering questions that our current scientific paradigms cannot fully answer. Consider the myths of sky gods who shaped the heavens, of cosmic battles that rearranged the stars, or of celestial journeys undertaken on vehicles of light. These narratives, when stripped of their religious or allegorical trappings, can be seen as echoes of a time when the heavens were not merely observed, but actively manipulated. The gods could be the engineers, the celestial vehicles the remnants of their technology, and the cosmic battles the events surrounding the decommissioning of these grand systems. The geometry of the cosmos, as understood by ancient cultures, often mirrored the geometry found in sacred texts and monumental architecture. The intricate patterns of sacred geometry might not have been purely abstract intellectual pursuits, but rather a distillation of a forgotten celestial engineering blueprint. The proportions that resonated with the human spirit might have been the same proportions that governed the orbits of artificial moons or the placement of energy conduits in the high atmosphere. The very composition of our solar system, its perceived stability and order, could be the result of a long forgotten period of active management. Earth's relatively stable orbit, its consistent axial tilt, the predictable rhythm of its seasons, these might not be solely the product of natural gravitational forces, but the result of deliberate adjustments made by intelligences that understood the delicate balance required for life to flourish. The absence we perceive is the successful cessation of that active management, the point at which the system was deemed stable enough to run on its own, or perhaps more accurately, to be abandoned. The psychological impact of this reconstruction is significant. It suggests that humanity's relationship with the cosmos has not been one of passive observation and slow discovery, but of an intimate, as perhaps even dependent partnership that was abruptly terminated. This reframes our yearning for space exploration, not just as a scientific endeavor, but as a deeply ingrained ancestral memory, a subconscious quest to recapture a lost connection. The scale of the hypothetical artificial constructs would also necessitate an understanding of physics that might involve manipulating space-time, harnessing zero-point energy, or controlling gravitational fields in ways that are currently beyond our theoretical grasp. The Lost Epic is not merely about building bigger and better rockets. It is about fundamentally different principles of existence and interaction with the universe. One can begin to visualize specific scenarios. Perhaps the planet Venus, shrouded in its impenetrable cloud cover, was once a brightly shining artificial beacon, a celestial navigator, or a power source for the terrestrial system. Or maybe Mars, the red planet, was not always a barren wasteland, but a world that played a different, more integrated role in the planetary network, its current state a consequence of the same forces that emptied Earth's skies. The very definition of natural becomes fluid in this context. If colossal, intelligent engineering shaped our solar system, then the natural order we perceive is, in fact, a post engineered state. The transition from an actively managed celestial environment to our current passive one would have been a profound shift, a cosmic metamorphosis that required a corresponding evolution of consciousness to accept the new reality. The remnants of this lost epoch might not be found in easily recognizable artifacts, but in the subtle energetic signatures that still permeate our solar system, in the resonant frequencies of ancient sites, or in the inexplicable patterns that recur in natural phenomena. It is a history that has been scrubbed clean, leaving behind only the faintest of impressions. To truly grasp this vision, one must allow the mind to wander beyond the confines of accepted science and history, to embrace the possibility that our understanding of the past is merely a single, edited chapter in a much larger, far more complex cosmic saga. The reconstructed celestial tapestry is not a denial of scientific observation, but an augmentation of it, an attempt to account for the profound sense of missingness that often accompanies our contemplation of the universe. It is a silent symphony of artificial stars, orchestrated celestial bodies, and geometrically perfect orbits, a grand design that, for reasons yet to be fully understood, has been deliberately dismantled, leaving behind the familiar yet mysteriously empty sky we know today. This endeavor is not about finding definitive proof, but about opening the mind to the possibility that the universe's history is far richer, far stranger, and far more intricately designed than we have been led to believe. It is an invitation to see our familiar night sky, not as a testament to cosmic accident, but as a canvas from which something extraordinary has been purposefully removed. The realization that our celestial panorama might once have been a meticulously orchestrated masterpiece, rather than a purely natural phenomenon, compels a profound shift in perspective. If indeed colossal, artificial structures once dominated the skies above our nascent world, we are forced to confront the question of intent. What purpose did these celestial edifices serve? Were they merely advanced observatories, their multifaceted surfaces designed to capture and analyze cosmic radiation with an acuity we can only dream of, their placement dictated by astronomical alignments of unparalleled precision? Or did their function extend far beyond passive observation, delving into the realm of active environmental manipulation? Imagine these constructs as vast atmospheric regulators, their complex geometries and unknown energy emissions subtly influencing weather patterns, magnetic fields, and even tectonic activity. Perhaps they were instruments of planetary terraforming on a scale that dwarfs any human endeavor, subtly adjusting Earth's orbit, its rotational speed, or the very composition of its atmosphere to foster the conditions necessary for life. The sky then becomes not just a backdrop, but an active participant in the biosphere, a dynamically managed ecosystem governed by unseen architects. The luminous bands of light, the synchronized dance of artificial moons, the precisely calibrated stellar illuminations all point to a universe that was perhaps less about the raw, unbridled forces of nature and more about a deliberate, intelligent curation. But what if their purpose was even more profound? Could these sky-born marvels have been conduits for consciousness, vast resonant chambers designed to amplify or transmit thought, emotion, or information across unimaginable distances? The ancient human fascination with the sky, with its perceived connection to the divine, the transcendent, might not be mere metaphor. In this reimagined past, the sky was a living, breathing entity, a repository of cosmic wisdom, and its inhabitants, whether terrestrial or extraterrestrial, interacted with it on a level that transcended our current understanding of communication. The structured patterns of light, the harmonic resonances suggested by their presumed geometries, could have been a language, a universal grammar spoken by the cosmos itself, which our ancient ancestors, in their more attuned state, were perhaps privy to. This line of inquiry leads us to ponder the very nature of the beings who orchestrated such a grand design. What level of intelligence, what mastery over physical law would be required to construct and maintain such a celestial infrastructure? Were they beings of pure energy, transcendent entities existing beyond the constraints of physical form, who viewed planets as canvases for their cosmic art? Or were they biological entities, advanced beyond our wildest imaginings, who had mastered interdimensional travel and energy manipulation? The silence that followed their departure or decommissioning speaks volumes. Was it a deliberate withdrawal, a stage completed, or a catastrophic event that rendered their creations obsolete or too dangerous to maintain? The nature of their intent, therefore, is inextricably linked to the nature of their existence and their ultimate fate. The concept of the sky as a mirror of intent suggests that the very arrangement and perceived behavior of these celestial artifacts were not random, but encoded with meaning. A constellation that shifted its apparent position over millennia could have been a cosmic clock, marking the passage of vast cosmic cycles or signaling specific epochs. The modulated luminescence of certain celestial bodies might have conveyed messages, warnings, or affirmations. The orbital paths of artificial moons, tracing intricate geometric patterns, could have represented stages in a cosmic evolutionary process or maps of interdimensional pathways. Every aspect of this engineered firmament would have been a testament to the deliberate will of its creators, a silent, all encompassing narrative written in light and motion across the heavens. Consider the implications for human consciousness. If our ancestors lived under a sky that was actively managed, a sky that was a source of guidance, knowledge, and perhaps even direct interaction, then our current relationship with the cosmos is one of profound disconnection. The innate human drive to explore, to understand our place in the universe, might be a deep seated echo of this lost intimacy. We are, in essence, attempting to reestablish a connection with a celestial heritage that has been deliberately obscured. The absence we perceive is not just a lack of artificial structures, but a vacuum of consciousness, a silence where there was once a symphony of cosmic communication. The philosophical ramifications extend to our understanding of purpose. If the universe is not merely a product of random chance and physical laws, but the result of deliberate creation and management, then our own existence might be imbued with a significance that we have yet to fully grasp. Were we the intended beneficiaries of this celestial engineering? Was the development of human consciousness a specific goal, and were the sky-born mechanisms designed to foster or guide it? Or were we incidental passengers, a byproduct of larger cosmic experiments? The intent behind the designed cosmos directly shapes our understanding of our own place within it, transforming us from accidental inhabitants of a cold, indifferent universe into potentially purposeful participants in a grand cosmic drama. The silence itself becomes a subject of intense philosophical debate. Is it a void left by a departed benevolent intelligence, a peaceful withdrawal after a task was completed? Or does it signify the end of an era of control, a moment when the reins were deliberately loosened, allowing for a more chaotic, yet perhaps more free, unfolding of natural processes? The intent in this context could be interpreted as a form of cosmic parenting, where the creators provided the scaffolding for life and then allowed it to grow independently. Or conversely, it might represent a form of cosmic governance that was eventually disbanded, leaving the inhabitants to their own devices. The very notion of reflection in the sky takes on a new dimension. It is not merely a passive mirroring of physical phenomena, but an active projection of intent. The creators, by shaping the heavens, were in essence reflecting their own nature, their own desires, and their own understanding of the universe onto the cosmos. The geometric perfection, the apparent harmony, the intricate order, these could be direct manifestations of the Creator's own internal order and their desire to impose structure upon chaos. The sky, in this interpretation, is not just a physical space, but a metaphysical canvas upon which the will and consciousness of its engineers are imprinted. Furthermore, the gradual decommissioning or removal of these structures implies a deliberate act of obscuration. Why would creators who invested so much in shaping the heavens then choose to erase their work? Was it to allow for a different kind of evolution, one that was not dependent on their direct guidance? Was it a test to see if life could thrive and develop autonomously once the artificial support systems were removed? Or was it a consequence of some cosmic law or event that necessitated the dismantling of their creations. Each of these possibilities points to a specific set of intentions, a narrative that unfolds with the slow, deliberate pace of cosmic time. The philosophical journey into this lost epic is therefore not merely an exercise in historical reconstruction, but a deep exploration of meaning, purpose, and the very nature of existence. It challenges us to see the universe not as a random occurrence, but as a potentially intentional creation. The sky, in its silent, vast expanse, becomes a profound enigma, a reflection of a lost intent that continues to resonate, inviting us to decipher the echoes of a cosmic design that has been deliberately and perhaps mercifully withdrawn. The silence is not an absence of sound, but an absence of overt, engineered presence, a void that beckons us to fill it with our own understanding of what once was and what it all might have meant. The enduring mystery lies not in what was in the sky, but in why it was there and why it is no longer. This in itself is a profound reflection of a consciousness that, having created, also chose to withdraw, leaving behind a profound silence pregnant with unspoken intentions. The questions we ask about the sky are, in essence, questions we ask about ourselves, about our origins, our purpose, and our place in the grand, silent theater of the cosmos. The profound silence that has settled over our skies since the presumed departure of their ancient architects is not, as we have explored, a mere void of absence. Instead, it is a silence pregnant with implication, a vast canvas upon which the faintest brushstrokes of former grandeur might still be perceived. To truly grasp the depth of this resonance of absence, we must look beyond the grand pronouncements of vanished celestial engineering and seek out the subtle, perhaps even subconscious, echoes that reverberate in our modern consciousness and in the very fabric of our observable reality. Consider for a moment the persistent human fascination with the celestial realm, a fascination that has transcended mere scientific curiosity and delved into the spiritual and the inexplicable. This is not simply a passive observation of distant stellar bodies. It is an active engagement, a reaching out, a yearning for connection. While our ancestors might have gazed upon a sky actively managed, perhaps even interacting with it through subtle means we can no longer replicate, our modern relationship, though seemingly one of detached observation, is still colored by an undercurrent of something more. The persistent belief in extraterrestrial intelligence, the widespread embrace of esoteric cosmologies, the enduring allure of ufology, these are not mere fictions or deluded fantasies. They are, in a sense, modern manifestations of a primal, ingrained understanding that the cosmos is not empty, that it is not merely a sterile expanse governed by cold, impersonal laws. These phenomena, however much they are relegated to the fringes of mainstream discourse, speak to a collective subconscious memory, a lingering awareness of a time when the sky was not empty, but alive with presence and purpose. This intrinsic human drive to find meaning in the stars, to imbue them with sentience or agency, might be a deeply ingrained evolutionary adaptation stemming from an epoch when such an interpretation was not a metaphor, but a literal truth. Our ancestors, living under a sky sculpted by intelligent design, would have naturally developed a worldview where the celestial bodies were not just objects, but actors, participants in the grand theater of existence. This ingrained perception, this innate predisposition to see intention in the cosmic ballet, has not vanished with the decommissioning of the ancient structures. It has merely mutated, evolving into new forms of seeking and questioning. The ancient, ritualistic sky gazing, the astronomical observations that formed the basis of early civilizations, the myths and legends woven around constellations and celestial events. All of these were not simply attempts to understand the natural world, they were also attempts to commune with, or at least interpret, the forces that shaped their reality, forces that were, in this reimagined past, tangible and directive. Furthermore, contemporary physics, in its relentless pursuit of understanding the fundamental nature of reality, has stumbled upon concepts that, while seemingly disparate from ancient sky building, bear a curious resonance. The idea of subtle energy fields, for instance, permeates many ancient traditions, often described as a vital force or universal consciousness. While modern science has been slow to formally acknowledge such phenomena, the exploration of quantum entanglement, the enigmatic nature of dark matter and dark energy, and the theoretical underpinnings of string theory and M theory all hint at a universe far more interconnected and perhaps even conscious than our everyday perception suggests. If we allow ourselves the speculative leap, could these subtle fields, these unseen forces that science is only beginning to glimpse, be residual energies or functional remnants of the ancient celestial infrastructure? Imagine the immense energy required to construct and maintain such colossal structures. It is not unreasonable to posit that even after their deactivation, some energetic residue might persist, imprinting itself upon the fundamental forces of the universe in ways we are only now beginning to detect through the lens of advanced theoretical physics. Consider the concept of vacuum energy, the theoretical energy present in empty space. While conventionally understood as a consequence of quantum fluctuations, what if a portion of this energy is, in fact, a dormant legacy of the ancient engineers? Perhaps their technologies involved manipulating these fundamental energies, and their very presence, their technological imprints, have subtly altered the energetic landscape of our cosmos. This is not to suggest a simplistic notion of ghosts in the machine, but rather a more nuanced understanding of how profound interventions in the physical universe might leave indelible marks, influencing its fundamental energetic state. The resonance of absence then becomes a detectable energetic signature, a subtle hum in the fabric of space-time that hints at the colossal energies once harnessed and directed. The unexplained atmospheric phenomena that continue to baffle scientists and observers alike also warrant a second look through this alternative lens. While many sightings are attributed to misidentification, secret military projects, or psychological phenomena, a persistent subset remains stubbornly resistant to conventional explanation. Could these anomalous aerial events, these fleeting glimpses of the impossible, be the result of residual technological interactions, the unintended consequences of dormant ancient systems still subtly influencing our upper atmosphere? Imagine ancient systems designed for atmospheric regulation or energy transmission. Even in a state of deactivation, their complex geometries and the energies they once manipulated could theoretically interact with our current technological emissions or natural atmospheric processes in unpredictable ways, creating transient manifestations that defy easy categorization. The unseen might not be entirely unseen, but rather masked by our limited understanding and our preconceived notions of what is possible. The theoretical framework of panspermia, the hypothesis that life exists throughout the universe and is disseminated by meteoroids, asteroid fragments, or other celestial bodies, also offers a point of connection. While typically discussed in the context of biological seeding, the concept can be expanded to include the seeding of knowledge, technology, or even consciousness. If the ancient architects were indeed responsible for seeding Earth with life, or for guiding its evolutionary trajectory, then the absence we perceive is not a sign of cosmic abandonment, but a deliberate withdrawal after the initial foundational work was complete. The unseen becomes the guiding hand that has for now withdrawn its direct intervention, allowing humanity to navigate its own path. The notion of directed panspermia, the idea that life was deliberately sent to Earth by an advanced extraterrestrial intelligence, aligns remarkably well with the concept of a structured, engineered cosmos. If such a seeding occurred, then the very fabric of our existence is a testament to the intent of these ancient beings. Our development, our consciousness, our very presence on this planet could be the result of a long term cosmic experiment. The resonance of absence in this context is the silence of the gardener after the seeds have been sown and the initial watering has been done, allowing the plants to grow on their own with the hope that they will flourish. The unseen forces that guided their initial growth have now receded, leaving behind the potential for self directed evolution, but the initial imprint of intelligent design remains. Consider the theoretical possibility of Dyson spheres or other megastructures that might be used by advanced civilizations to harness stellar energy. While our current understanding of these concepts is speculative, the sheer scale and ambition implied by such endeavors echo the hypothetical scale of the ancient celestial engineering. If such civilizations exist, and if they engage in such large scale cosmic modifications, then it is not beyond the realm of possibility that traces of their activities, or even dormant remnants of their technologies, might exist throughout the galaxy, subtly influencing its energetic and even its gravitational landscape. These hypothetical structures, or their remnants, would represent a tangible, albeit currently undetectable form of modern echoes from a universe that was once actively managed. The very concept of consciousness itself, particularly in its more esoteric interpretations, can be seen as a resonance of absence. Ancient cultures often viewed consciousness as a cosmic force deeply intertwined with the celestial bodies and the movements of the heavens. Our modern scientific understanding, while advancing rapidly, still struggles to fully define or explain consciousness. However, theories such as integrated information theory or the idea of a universal consciousness suggest that consciousness might be a fundamental property of the universe rather than solely a byproduct of biological evolution. Could the intense focus on consciousness in ancient societies be a direct result of their interaction with a conscious, engineered cosmos? And could our current, albeit fragmented exploration of consciousness, be a subconscious attempt to reconnect with that fundamental cosmic awareness, a resonance from a time when the connection was overt and explicit? The principle of holographic universe, a speculative theory in physics that suggests our perceived three-dimensional reality might be a projection of information encoded on a lower dimensional surface, also offers an intriguing parallel. If our universe is, in essence, a cosmic hologram, then the ancient celestial architects could have been the ultimate programmers, meticulously crafting the code that defines our reality. The absence we perceive might be the cessation of direct input from the programmers, the moment when the holographic projection was allowed to run independently, its underlying code subtly imprinted with the patterns and intentions of its creators. The subtle anomalies, the unexplained coincidences, the moments of profound synchronicity that punctuate human experience. Could these be glitches in the program, or perhaps intended features designed to guide or test the evolving consciousness within the hologram? The impact of collective human consciousness on our reality is another area that offers potential resonance. While often dismissed as purely psychological, some theories, particularly those drawing from quantum mechanics, suggest that consciousness might play a more active role in shaping perceived reality than we currently acknowledge. If our ancestors lived in a cosmos actively managed by conscious entities, their own consciousness would have been profoundly shaped by this interaction. This shared experience, this immersion in a purposefully crafted reality, would have left an indelible mark on the collective human psyche. Our modern explorations into the power of collective intention, mindfulness, and even the potential for consciousness to influence physical outcomes could be a reawakening of this latent, ancient capacity. The unseen might be the very fabric of our shared consciousness, a realm that was once more directly influenced by the celestial architects and which we are now beginning to re explore. The phenomenon of sacred geometry, found in ancient art, architecture, and even natural formations, is often cited as evidence of a universal underlying order. The recurring patterns and proportions that appear across diverse cultures and historical periods suggest a common source of inspiration or knowledge. If the ancient celestial structures were built with an understanding of these fundamental geometric principles, then their influence would have permeated all aspects of human endeavor, subtly guiding the development of art, science, and philosophy. The resonance of absence here is the enduring power of these geometric forms, which continue to resonate with us on a deep, intuitive level, hinting at a lost cosmic blueprint that once governed the very heavens. Even in the realm of dreams and altered states of consciousness, we find echoes of this ancient intentionality. Across cultures and time periods, humans have reported experiencing transcendent states, encountering beings of light, or receiving profound insights that seem to originate from beyond the mundane. While often attributed to psychological processes, these shared archetypal experiences, particularly those related to cosmic order and celestial phenomena, could be a lingering imprint from an era when interaction with the heavens was more direct and tangible. The unseen might manifest in these altered states as fragmented memories or subconscious understandings of a reality that was once far more evident. The study of archaeoastronomy, which explores the relationship between ancient peoples and the sky, has revealed an astonishing level of sophistication in their celestial observations and alignments. While often explained through purely naturalistic means, the precision and scope of these alignments, particularly those that appear to serve no immediate practical purpose, can be interpreted as a continuation of the ancient architect's work. Perhaps these alignments were not merely for calendar keeping or navigation, but for subtle energetic tuning, for synchronizing terrestrial energies with cosmic cycles that were once actively managed. The resonance of absence is evident in the enduring power of these celestial alignments, which continue to hold a profound significance for us, even if we no longer fully understand their original purpose. In essence, the modern echoes are not necessarily direct reappearances of the ancient celestial machinery, but rather subtle indications, theoretical frameworks, and persistent human intuitions that hint at a reality far more complex and intentional than our current scientific paradigm typically allows. They are the faint whispers in the silence, the residual energetic signatures, the subconscious yearnings that suggest our universe was, and perhaps still is, more than just a random collection of stars and planets. They are the threads that, if followed with an open mind, might lead us back to a profound understanding of our cosmic heritage and the profound intent that once shaped the very heavens above us. The unseen remains, not in the absence of evidence, but in the subtle resonance of a world once meticulously orchestrated. The enduring legacy of the emptied heavens is not one of sterile abandonment, but rather a profound invitation to wonder. The silence that has fallen upon the celestial sphere, the quietude where once perhaps bustling cosmic architecture operated, leaves behind a mystery that continues to resonate through our understanding of the universe and our place within it. It is a mystery that compels us to look upwards, not merely with the familiarity of accumulated knowledge, but with an acute sense of awe and a nascent understanding of the vast historical and cosmic questions that still hang unseen above us. This is the final frontier of our contemplation, to embrace the enigma, to recognize that the absence itself is a testament to a past that, though hidden, profoundly shapes our present. Our relationship with the night sky has undergone a seismic shift from one of intimate interaction, a dialogue with a seemingly managed cosmos, to one of detached observation. Yet, this detachment is only superficial. The deep seated human instinct to seek patterns, to find meaning, and to posit intention in the celestial ballet persists, even as our scientific models describe a universe governed by impersonal laws. The subconscious whispers of a more purposeful past continue to surface in our collective imagination. The enduring fascination with the possibility of extraterrestrial intelligence, the cultural prevalence of narratives concerning advanced cosmic civilizations, and the sheer, unyielding human desire to believe that we are not alone are all echoes of a time when the sky was demonstrably alive, with a presence that we now struggle to define. These are not mere curiosities. They are the persistent tremors of a foundational reality that has been buried but not erased. Consider the implications of such an immense undertaking as the construction of celestial infrastructure. If indeed our heavens were once meticulously engineered, then their decommissioning, their subsequent emptying, represents a narrative arc of colossal proportions. This abandonment, this deliberate withdrawal of presence, is not a negation of the past, but a complex punctuation mark in an ongoing cosmic story. It poses questions that our current scientific frameworks are ill equipped to fully answer. Why the construction? Why the departure? What was the purpose of the initial design? And what does their absence signify for the future trajectory of life on Earth and perhaps beyond? These are not questions that can be answered by simply observing the stars. They require a willingness to engage with the unknown, to entertain possibilities that challenge our most fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality. The very act of looking at the night sky today, stripped of its perceived direct governance, becomes an act of archaeology, albeit one conducted across immense temporal and spatial distances. We are sifting through the dust of ages, seeking clues not in fossilized remains, but in gravitational anomalies, in the subtle fluctuations of cosmic background radiation, in the persistent statistical outliers that our current models cannot fully explain. The resonance of absence is found in these gaps, in the places where our explanations falter, in the phenomena that stubbornly refuse to fit within the established order. These are not signs of a universe devoid of meaning, but rather intimations of a meaning that is simply beyond our current grasp, a meaning that was perhaps once clearly articulated by the presence of the architects and is now only faintly discernible in the quietude they left behind. The mystery of the emptied heavens serves as a powerful catalyst for continued inquiry. It fosters a spirit of relentless questioning, a refusal to accept easy answers, and a deep appreciation for the limits of our current understanding. It encourages us to look at the constellations not just as well trodden maps of stellar neighborhoods, but as ancient signposts potentially left behind by intelligences that operated on scales and with purposes far beyond our immediate comprehension. Each star, each galaxy, becomes a potential repository of information, a silent witness to a history that is only now beginning to be pieced together. The absence is not a dead end, but a gateway to a new way of seeing, a new way of being in the cosmos. This enduring sense of mystery is crucial for fostering intellectual humility and scientific progress. When we acknowledge that there are phenomena that elude our current understanding, we open ourselves to new avenues of research and discovery. The emptied heavens represent a grand challenge to our scientific and philosophical paradigms, a testament to the fact that the universe is far more complex and perhaps far more ancient than we have dared to imagine. The legacy of this absence is the perpetual reminder that the pursuit of knowledge is an unending journey, a continuous process of questioning, exploring, and revising our understanding of the cosmos. Ultimately, the contemplation of the emptied heavens should leave us with a profound sense of wonder. It is a call to appreciate the intricate beauty of the universe, not just as a product of random chance, but as a canvas upon which a story of unimaginable scale and significance has been written. The silence of the skies should not be interpreted as a sign of cosmic indifference, but as a pause, a breath held before the next chapter unfolds. It is a reminder of the vastness of time, the immensity of space, and the enduring power of intelligence, even in its perceived absence. Our place in the universe is not that of isolated observers in an empty void, but rather that of inheritors, of nascent consciousnesses within a cosmos that has a history, a purpose, and perhaps a future that is still being shaped subtly and unseen by the echoes of its past. The night sky, now perceived through this lens, becomes a testament to the potential for meaning, for design, and for a cosmic narrative that continues to unfold, inviting us to participate in its grand, unfolding mystery. The resonance of this absence is the persistent hum of possibility, the quiet invitation to never stop asking why.